Good morning, everybody. Hey, good morning, Charlie. Excuse me. All I'm doing right now is I'm just sharing the live stream to all of our platforms. Let everybody know that I'm going to do an extended live this morning. I figured if I'm going to be on here checking the model, checking radar, sharing the information with National Weather Service, I might as well be live to answer any questions for you guys as well. So I'm going to be kind of doing my work as well as sharing information to you guys. So I thought, what better way to spend a nasty winter morning than share it with you guys? So, good morning, Alan. So, hi, Lucky. Crazy. Good to see you. So, and again, what I'm doing, I'm just going to be going through model data. I'm going to be sharing. I've already been in contact with the National Weather Service this morning, sending information to them. So, if you notice right above me, I have put our local weather station here in the corner so that you guys can kind of follow what we've got going on. One thing of notice, if you about 3 hours ago, we had lightning detected here in Henry County. And we're likely going to be seeing more of that as we go through. So I've got the lightning detector set up for the counties right around us. I've got it spread out right at 40 miles around Henry County or around Clinton, Missouri. So we can kind of follow where those lightning strikes are as well as the lightning strikes on radar. And granted, guys, these are still the outer bands of the main storm system. So the main storm system is still down in Oklahoma. So our heaviest of precipitation is yet to come. So we're starting to see the storm take shape. It's starting to intensify, and we're going to continue to see multiple rounds of freezing rain, sleet, and then eventually all snow here in west central Missouri. Now, when when it transfers over to all snow, the timing of that is going to be pretty critical on how much snow we're going to get. So whether or not, we fall in that, 1 or 2 inch band, or whether or not we fall into closer to the 5 inch range. I have not changed the forecast any from last night. So my forecast is kind of, it's pretty well held solid over the last 48 hours. So 2 to 5 inches of snow here in west central Missouri, a quarter to half inch of ice. I will tell you that over the last hour, I've been up since a little after 4 a.m. And really, for about the last hour, I've noticed I have a lot of flickering lights here at my house. So, as those winds begin to really pick up this morning, we could start to see more and more power outages. So, definitely something to keep keep an eye on. Be prepared. Let's bring this over here real quick. Let's take a look at subbiesweathertalk.com and let's check out power outage situation so far. So Evergy is reporting 12,180 people without power. It looks like the central hubs is around Shell City. We do have some power outages in Clinton, Uric, Sedalia, and Pleasant Hill. So those are where we're seeing some power outages out through Evergy right now. And let's look at Osage Valley. So Osage Valley, they're holding very, very well. Looks like they've got 130 people out over on the Bates County side. Only one outage in Cass and one in Vernon. So right now we're holding really well as far as power outages, but you know, you guys have to remember we're the main part of our storm system with the heaviest precipitation, the strongest winds is down in Oklahoma right now, and we've got all day of this, and conditions are just going to gradually become worse as we go through the day today. Wow, we got a report of, excuse me, Sedalia been without power for the last 2.5 hours. Wow, 2.5 hours. And it's going to be really tough for crews to get out and get that repaired. And I tell you what, if you see a lineman today, you better tell them that you appreciate what they do. Those linemen work very, very hard, have to go out in conditions when we're nice and warm in the house. They're out there in the middle of this stuff trying to get power back on. So make sure you tell them thank you if you see a lineman. That's for sure. Lucky mentioned he's here in Clinton. He's had electricity flicker throughout the night too. So Alan, if you want to slide me a couple bucks underneath the table for that 100% PSP, you're more than welcome to. The milk truck drove by. Over at Avalon City, Jean said she had the milk truck drive by. Thanks for the kind words, Gail. Now, she is just west of Sedalia. They still have power as of 5:52. Yeah, Davis, if you actually go out there, you'll realize that's not snow. That is all sleet. We have had so far 3/4 of an inch of sleet, little ice pellets. So let's take a look at let me show you guys the overall picture, and then we will come back over to radar, and we'll kind of expand radar out just a little bit, kind of see what we've got going on as far as precipitation expected today. So here's a good look of where the storm system is. It's sitting down here in southern Oklahoma. If you guys remember my my post and my live video from back on Friday morning, we were really depending on where that low pressure system is going to be in relation to what kind of precipitation that we're going to have. So this low pressure system is expected to slide right on up here into northwest Arkansas. Now, that was kind of the middle of the road. If you remember my graphic, we had a low pressure here, and a low pressure here. So we're kind of into one in the middle. Now, what does that mean for us? Well, that might mean a little bit more rain down in parts of Springfield, maybe. They'll get some light precipitation. Maybe a little bit more snow than what they anticipated as well as we go through the day today. They might actually get an inch or two of snow, whereas we were kind of thinking if it had taken the northerly route and be up in southeast Kansas, then Springfield, Joplin, Nixa wouldn't get any snow. It'll be mainly all rain. So what does that mean for west central Missouri? Well, it means that there is a chance that the heavier snow totals fall just a little bit further south, meaning our northern counties. And, we have 7 counties we watch over here in west central Missouri. But our northern counties, say Cass, Johnson, Pettis, maybe Henry, northern part of Benton County, maybe northern parts of Bates County, maybe like Archie, Adrian. We could be on a little bit of the heavier side of snow, maybe closer to that 5-inch mark, maybe an inch or two more than that, possibly. If this low pressure system, I wish that it went in a straight line. That would make my life so much easier. But it wobbles, okay, and it does this as it's moving, okay. It's just like a little eddy of water in a lake or in a glass of water. It wobbles, okay, and as it wobbles, the track changes just a little bit each time. But that could mean a little bit earlier of onset of snow, because right here we're going to see about 2 hours from now, we're going to see a very heavy band of snow that is wrapped around this developing low pressure system. It's getting stronger as the day goes by. It's really starting to get its act together right now. And notice, we're just in the outer bands, those outer fingers of this storm system. So, I am still expecting for us to get that 2 to 5 inches of snow on average here in west central Missouri later on, late morning into the afternoon and evening. And up until then, we can expect sleet, freezing rain, kind of a mixed bag of precipitation as the morning continues on up until maybe the 10, 11 o'clock time frame. So that's kind of what we've got going on right now. Oh, my mama's on here. She says she cooked a lot yesterday. So if Norman, my dog, gets hungry, send him up. He stays home. I'm coming up to get the food. Norman is my dog. It is a full-blooded border collie. And he is my lightning detector. So if we should happen to get lightning, he will bark. So those of you that have followed my live streams in the past, you guys remember that, whenever we have a thunderstorm, sometimes I might not see the flash of lightning or hear the thunder, but Norman does. So I know we have lightning outside when he barks. He's up here somewhere. See if I can get him on camera for a minute. And I'll show you guys my little buddy. So I say the magic words. I'll scoot my chair over just a little bit.
1702 dispatch.
And I'll say the magic words. Where's my boy? Where's my boy? There's my boy. So this is Norman. He is my lightning detector. Very, very loving dog, but he is very, very protective. He does not like people. He notified me when somebody's walking up and down the road. So he is my lightning detector. You gonna say hi to everybody? Norman, you gonna say hi to everybody? So he's my buddy. Yeah, you good dog. You get doggy. All right. I gotta go talk to everybody now. Yeah, I gotta go talk to everybody now. All right. That's all. That's all right now. Faith said this seems like this winter storm ended up being more rain and sleet than anything for most in Missouri. Faith, the storm hadn't even hit here yet, hon. So Kansas City is still expecting over a foot of snow yet to fall. So our storm system hadn't even really hit. These are just the outer bands.
1041 OIC and radar.
So if you guys hear any background, that is our nationwide team. I am CEO and also the director for the Southern Plains of Torcon Weather Team. So I'm hearing them keeping up what's going on here in the Midwest, courtesy of Torcon. So if you guys hear that radio talk in the background, that is them giving some updates. Oh man, Robert, that sounds awesome. Soup's on, ready for the day. Hope we have power for football this afternoon. Yeah, me too. Kansas City Chiefs, Denver Broncos. We got our backup quarterback, Carson Wentz. He is going to be starting quarterback. Just a reminder to everybody that here in Henry County, that First Baptist Church, by the request of Henry County Emergency Management, in which I am part of, we had asked First Baptist Church, due to the deteriorating conditions for the day, if they could stay open for the day at the warming shelter at the annex just off the square here in Clinton on Jefferson Street. And they have gracefully accepted that, so they are going to be open for the course of the day today, and into the overnight till tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. So we're very happy, very blessed to have an organization that looks out for the community like First Baptist Church. So we want to thank them very much for that opportunity. One thing that I do want to take a look at here real quick, guys, and I had posted this in all of our streams, but I want to reiterate so Sedalia has been without power for they've been without power for the last 2.5 hours. So I am going to share this again on my page. If you guys would, if you would share this on your personal Facebook page, especially if you live in Pettis County. I'm going to see if I can make this any bigger. Well, they have taken it off of their page right now. So they did have a warming shelter in place in Sedalia, and I believe it was a church. They have taken it off their page now, but you can go to my KDKD 95.3 Facebook page. You can scroll down through a few of the posts. I have Johnson County, Henry County. We've got, I believe, Warsaw listed as well. So let's make sure that we share them. Those are going to be the warming shelters over the next couple days for those that might lose power, might be homeless. Let's make sure we share that information throughout the county and throughout Facebook. If anybody is in Kansas City, I am also going to be sharing this on my Facebook page, Subby Weather Talk. Please share this. It is a list of free hot meals in the Kansas City metro area. I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about. So this is a list of all the free hot meals in Kansas City. It's not pantries. These are hot meals. So, I mean, I'm seeing from downtown all the way over to 31st and Prospect, over in Gladstone, off of Paseo, Westport Road, 31st Street, Blue Ridge Cutoff. That's over in Raytown. So make sure you guys share these posts that we have on social media. You might not live in Kansas City, but you might have a friend, family member that does live in Kansas City. Maybe they will share it to help spread the word out there to everybody. Also on our site, you will see. I'm going to go ahead and reshare this to our group. And Pastor Pat over at First Baptist Church, a big thanks to him. He actually gathered a lot of this information and posted on his Facebook page. So big thanks to him for getting this information out to everybody. But this is for Warsaw, Missouri, in Benton County. So City Union Mission and Salvation Army is offering warming shelters at that is Camp Comcedo, located 13478 Highway 7 in Warsaw. So there'll be a warm place to sleep during the storm. You have to have pre-approval. So there's a phone number there that you can call to get pre-approval. Let's take a look here. So, of course, Clinton, we have our... I'm going to share this also. That way they kind of get bumped up to the top of my page at Subby's Weather Talk. So we have Clinton, of course, at the First Baptist Church, 209 East Jefferson Street. At Warrensburg in Johnson County, Community Center, 445 East Gay, be available during normal business hours today. Journey Home, First Presbyterian Church, will be available. They were available yesterday, and they will be, actually they're available today as well, 5 p.m. through 8 p.m. And they're available Saturday through Tuesday. And that's Journey Home, First Presbyterian Church in Warrensburg. The Refuge off of Ming Street in Warrensburg. They will be available Saturday at 5 p.m., open 24 hours a day until the temperature rises above 20 degrees or if precipitation is present. So that's a huge undertaking. 24 hours a day starting 5 o'clock last night until temperatures rise above 20 degrees. That's at the Refuge, 207 Ming Street. Knob Noster, the police station lobby, will be available starting 5 p.m. Saturday, that was last night, open 24 hours as needed. Holden City Hall, 101 West 3rd Street, they're going to be available Sunday at 6 p.m. through Wednesday at 6 p.m. So tonight at 6, City Hall in Holden, 101 West 3rd Street will be open. At Leeton, the Community Center, 108 West Summerfield, will be available Sunday through Wednesday, 8 a.m. till 8 p.m. So we need to prepare, have a plan, stay safe. Skippy. I got the Keeping the Light On, baby. I love that song, too, by the way. Well, Davis asked a big question. Davis asked how much snow you think we get. And you guys got to keep in mind, Davis, he's a future meteorologist. I had him into the station. We had a great podcast together. You can check that out at Community First Podcast or on Subby's Weather Talk. You can check out our podcast together. But here we have a 10-year-old that has been up with me for the last 45 minutes. So since about 5:30 on a Sunday, he doesn't have school, watching the weather. So that tells you his dedication and his passion for the weather. So appreciate him being here in our live stream. Now he asks, how much snow do you think we get? So of course we're kind of in that now casting mode. We don't necessarily rely on models too much. We do utilize the short-term models as they're sampling real-time information and data from the weather balloons. It tends to fluctuate just a little bit because the low pressure system down here in Oklahoma, it's wobbling a little bit. If it came in a straight line, would make us forecasters very, very happy, but it wobbles. So sometimes the data fluctuates a little bit high, a little bit low. But here as of late, it is trending the totals for snowfall for Cass, Johnson, Pettis, Henry, and Bates County up just a little bit. So we may have to do a little bit of adjustment on snow totals. It's going to depend on when that transition will change over. And sometimes that's almost impossible. That's the reason why we keep eye on radar, and we can kind of take a stab on when we might think that would happen. So we got some bands of very heavy sleet moving through Butler, Bates County, Henry County, Benton County, Pettis, Johnson, and Cass counties right now. And all of this moisture is being pulled up from the south. So we're just going to continually have that influx of moisture and precipitation throughout the day today. Now let's take a look at over the 8 o'clock hour. We'll have the latest full 48-hour forecast from the short-term model. But let me show you what the short-term model is showing. So this is the snowfall map from the short-term model from midnight last night until 1 a.m. Let's see, from 12 a.m. Central Time. Okay, so the way this is supposed to read is January 5th, 2025 at 12 a.m. That was last night at midnight. And between that time and actually it's supposed to be Monday, January 6th at 1 a.m. Okay, this isn't a 1 hour snowfall total. This is going to be through 1 a.m. in the morning today, which is going to be on Monday. So we put this into motion. And you notice our 2 to 5 inches of snowfall is in southern Bates County, St. Clair, southern Pettis County, southern Benton County, and a little bit higher totals up to the north where we get 8-9 inches of snow in Cass, Johnson, Pettis, most of Henry, and northern Bates County. So that's not saying, I'm not changing my forecast. That's not saying that we're going to get 8 or 10 inches of snow. This is showing a trend that some of these snowfall totals are starting to sink south due to an early onset of the snowfall. Now, we might look here in an hour and that might retreat back up to the north a little bit. So we remember these models kind of show us what could happen, not what will happen. But if this continues the trend here over the next few hours, then we're going to have to expect a little bit snowfall, more snowfall up here in the northern tier counties of west central Missouri. But take a look at Kansas City, 21.2 inches of snow. Oh my goodness. I remember what 20 inches of snow felt like. That happened right here in Henry County several years ago. We went out and built the biggest snowman you ever saw in your life. Hi, Tom. Good to see you. Hi, Aaron. Deborah. And guys, I'm going to be on here. I'm going to be here on the live stream. I'm going to be here for quite some time. We do this sometime during storm season. I stay on for an extended amount of time, and you guys can come and go as you want. You kind of get what's going on right now. You want to bow out for a while, take care of some stuff around the house. You can come back in a half hour, see if there's any updates. I'm planning on doing extended live this morning. I still have some work I need to get done here with the National Weather Service, with Henry County Emergency Management, and I'll be kind of doing that in the background, trying to answer most of your questions, as well as we'll continue to keep up to date on the latest information here in our area. Hi, Bob. Morning, all snow in Belton. Dog been out. So if you notice, if they're all snow up there at Belton, it's showing radar is picking up that it's picking up sleet. But Bob just mentioned it's all snow there. So, what that kind of tells me, and you have to keep in mind when radar tower at Pleasant Hill, it shoots out a beam. The further it gets away from that radar site, for those of you who believe that the earth is round like myself and not flat, that radar beam will actually begin to, it will shoot straight up. And since the beam does not curve, it's going to take a snapshot of what's going on 100, maybe 150 feet above our heads. It's not necessarily shooting out in a straight line, telling us what's going on at the surface. So there is some margin of error in there, since it's not right at the surface. So what that is telling me is that about 150 feet above our heads, it's sleeting and then turning into snow before it hits the ground. So there is a margin of error with radar, and that kind of proves the point right there. As Bob in Belton said, it's all snow in Belton, and radar is showing that it should be heavy sleet. Thanks, Kim. All sleet in Henry County at 6:22. Chemo's showing that they've got snow in Kansas City, South side of the metro, all snow. Good morning, Richard. Melissa, still heavy sleet in Holden. Now, it's not going to be surprising that we're going to be getting, a lot of it's going to be getting over an inch of sleet. Just remember, that does not qualify for the 1-inch snowfall contest at 95.3, where you have a chance to win a multi-$1,000 prize package. We held a contest back October 1st through Halloween, where you pick the date when I would measure our first 1-inch snowfall at the radio station. And sleet does not count as snow. It will have to be snow 1 inch. And it's likely going to end today. All right, so we have an update. Looks like there is power out in near Adrian. Right now, Evergy is showing an expected return with power at 7 a.m. So here in about 40 minutes or so. So again, another reason why we need to give a big thank you out to our energy companies, our linemen, our groundskeepers for the energy companies that go out in this mess, and they have to get to the location safely, and then they have to be out in the elements trying to get our power restored. Here's a look at road conditions throughout our area. So we start off, really there's a pretty solid line from about Rich Hill. You are the line. From Rich Hill to Warsaw over to Miller, Missouri, just north of Lake of the Ozarks and north. All of the roads are completely covered in ice. So, Adrian, Harrisonville, Clinton, I-49, 7 Highway, 13 Highway, 50 Highway, all the way north, completely covered according to the MoDOT conditions map, completely covered in ice. Dag mentioned sleet and ice here in Jefferson City. Nothing moving outside. My house is near 54 Highway South side of Jeff City with no traffic. Yeah, road conditions. Are just horrible throughout the northern half of Missouri. And everybody just needs to stay off the roads unless it's emergency. I do know that there's a lot of people that they have to go to work today. There's not a lot that we can say to somebody who has to get out and work, such as the linemen, our first responders, medical staff. They have to get to work. They have to be on the road. So they're definitely in our thoughts and prayers as we go through today. These conditions, guys, are just going to get worse. We are still in the outer bands of this storm system. The storm system is still sitting down in Oklahoma. We have the bulk of our precipitation yet to fall here in Missouri. So we're in for a very long day, a very long night, and a very long day tomorrow to start the work week. The good news, if you guys see right above me, that is a live look right here in Henry County of temperatures and weather conditions. Of course, you see the temperature slowly falling. We also have light precipitation falling here. Our barometric pressure, as I mentioned last night, if you have migraines, aches, pains, arthritis, you need to be taking proactive steps on that, taking your Advil, your Tylenol, your aspirin, ibuprofen, because as you can see, as that low pressure system gets closer to us, we're going to see that barometric pressure fall, and it is falling right now, as you can see that arrow pointing down. So that's going to put a lot of pressure on our bodies, creating these pains. The good news is that as far as lightning detection, I have got that set up for about 35, 40 miles around Clinton. It's going to pick up any lightning strikes where we could have some of those convective bands move through the area, producing very heavy precipitation at times. So far, the last lightning strike was about 4 hours ago. So no new lightning strikes, which is good news. So let's take a look at a few scout cams. This is eastbound 50 highway at Shipman Road. And notice there is no traffic going on at all right now. We do have completely covered conditions over 50 highway. And of course you see the ice that is on the camera itself. Just a very grim picture. Let's take a look up here at the corner of 7 Highway and I-49 just south of Harrisonville. Let's take a look at what camera is looking like. Let's go southbound. Let's see, it's southbound at 2. So there's scout camera. And again, this is I-49 southbound at Missouri Highway 2, just south of Harrisonville. And of course, it's 6:30 a.m. There's no traffic out there on the highways right now. And again, completely covered conditions. Let's take a look at I-49 and 291. So it looks like they're getting sleet and snow. And again, this is I-49 southbound before Missouri Highway 291. And this is just north of Harrisonville. Just a couple cars out there right now. Let's take a look what's going on up here in North Kansas City, up near Gladstone. US 169 past Northwest 68th Street. Looks like very heavy snow. US 169 completely covered. We do have traffic out there moving very, very slowly. Just a reminder to everybody that if we should happen to lose power here in the county, I do have alternative methods to be able to keep you guys up to date. I do have look like another update here real quick. Osage Valley, they do have working on outages in Adrian, Butler, and Appleton City areas. So we are starting to see some of the power outages starting to trickle in. And guys, it's only going to get worse today. We are just in the outer bands of this storm system. So, make sure that you have yourself covered. Make sure your cell phones are charged. Make sure that if you have means to be able to heat your homes, such as the Little Buddy propane heaters that are safe for indoors, and space heaters. I'm not fond of space heaters when electricity is on. They are a root cause of fires. You start with some of these propane heaters. You have to be careful for carbon monoxide. Make sure you have a carbon monoxide tester in your house. So, we want to be prepared. Hopefully, over the last couple days, we had a lot of people be already prepared for the possibility of power outages. Going to take a look up here near Platte City. See what's going on off of I-29. Try to get a good camera. Well, that pretty much sums it up. This is I-29 southbound at Missouri Highway 92. This is a live look from the Scout Cam. That is the reason, guys, why we have a blizzard warning ongoing north of the river. Complete whiteout conditions up near Platte City right now. And again, we have bands of very heavy precipitation coming down St. Clair County, Bates County, Henry County, all of west central Missouri. kind of give a big picture here. And we'll put this into motion. So we have that low pressure system right down here in Oklahoma, and it's spinning up all that moisture with that Gulf air from the south, pumping up all that moisture into the storm. And it's starting to kind of wrap around into a comma. And on the back side here, you can kind of see that changing over to snow is now from about, looks like Wichita to Salina. That's the back edge of the storm. And it will eventually rotate through late tonight as this system moves across Missouri. So, again, guys, we're just at the onset of this thing. We still have another 18 hours or so of heavier precipitation in west central Missouri. Yeah, Charlie, kerosene does. Yeah, and you know, I know it sounds like you're contradicting yourself, but you have to have a window open to use kerosene heaters. So you open up a window and you add heat. So it's kind of contradicting, but you want to make sure that you have window open near the kerosene heat source.
Here in Illinois, where I'm at. So I would like a status update. If anybody's awake from Missouri, I would like a status update and current conditions report, please, at your earliest convenience. 1702 is cleared.
This is David 13. Here in west central Missouri, we have 3/4 of an inch of sleet on top of 1,500ths of freezing rain of solid ice. Travel conditions are absolutely horrible in and around the entire state of Missouri. We have several highways shut down, and of course, blizzard warnings ongoing up Kansas City metro area across the northwest part of Missouri. We're just getting started right now. We have heavier bands that's going to be moving in the next 6 to 8 hours here in west central Missouri. We are just now starting to get several reports of some power outages, mainly in rural areas, and we expect for those numbers to go up as the day progresses. That's all I've got. David 13 out.
Thank you for that status update, David 13.
And again, that is our Tourcon weather team. We are a nationwide, coast-to-coast weather team. We have search rescue, meteorologists, radar techs. We're a full-service weather team. We have several people within our organization stretched across the United States, and we are in operations mode today. Of course, right here in the heartland, where we have ongoing blizzard warnings, ongoing winter storm warnings, ice storm warnings, all throughout the middle part of the country. So if you have friends, family, relatives that might live outside of the state of Missouri, outside of west central Missouri, we are on all social media platforms. We're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we're on YouTube, we're everywhere. So that TourconWXteam.com is our website. You can go there and check everything out, what we do and how we do things. So they are in the background today, keeping up with members we have that are in and around the area, and as well as we do have a couple chasers on the ground, I believe. We're getting status reports from them as well. So a big shout out to going out there to Golden Valley Tractor. They are sponsoring this Storm Track live coverage today, and that really helps get this word out. They allow us the ability, along with Radford Media Group, to get this out on many more avenues, to get all the information out to everybody here in West Central Missouri. So appreciate all the support there. Yeah, you got a good game plan there, Charlie. You lose power, shut off the main water supply to keep water from freezing, drain all the water out of your pipes. Yeah, the best thing to do with one of those propane heaters on like the My Buddy heater is to try to find maybe a smaller room in your house that has a door. I've had to do this in the past. You can set that on low, and I always crack the window, even though you have less carbon monoxide threat with these like My Buddy propane heaters, but still I'm overcautious. Crack the window, shut the door, and in about 20 minutes it really heats up that room nicely to 60, 65, 70 degrees. And might be a little crowded, especially if there are 2 or 3 of you, but at least you're going to stay warm. So we have report all snow in Independence. Right now they have, of course, ice and sleet on the bottom. And right now they've got about 1.5 inches of snow on top of that in Independence, Missouri. You got snow really picking up near Chillicothe. No snow yet in Brookfield to Meadville. It's still sleet up there in north central Missouri. Yeah, Davis. Do you go ahead and upload it to Facebook on Subby's Weather Talk group page? Go ahead and upload your picture to that. And then I'll save that picture and I can put it on air. Chemo got pretty heavy snow here in Kansas City right now. Just subscribe to the channel. Thank you, Sue. We appreciate that. Welcome from over in Morgan County. I am very familiar with that. That is over here near Versailles, of course, Stover. And she is reporting sleet just started to come down at a good clip. So, yeah, as that storm system down there in Oklahoma, as it begins to continue its progress to the east and to the north, you guys are going to continue to get more sleet, maybe mixed in with a little bit of freezing rain before it change over to all snow this afternoon for you guys. Okay, guys, so we have what's called a mesoscale discussion. It's put out by the Storm Prediction Center. And we're going to see if we can take a look at what they are saying here. Jump over here. There is a new mesoscale discussion for our area. All right, I'm going to show you guys what we've got going on. Let me try it a different way here. All right, so what this is saying, the Storm Prediction Center is showing that there's an expansive region of mostly freezing rain with some embedded thunderstorms that that is going to be occurring and is occurring right through west central Missouri. And this is going to be through around the 8 o'clock hour. You bet, Vince. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for the kind words. So, and again, the going forecast is still there for us here in west central Missouri. So, let me put that up here on the screen real quick. So I posted this last night, and really it's holding so far good. I think I put out this forecast here about 72 hours ago for west central Missouri. 2 to 5 inches of snow, a quarter to half inch of ice, which is significant icing. It can cause power outages. It can obviously travel is horrible during that period. It's still holding true for all of west central Missouri from Sedalia, Clinton, Warsaw, over there toward in Morgan County, Stover, Versailles, Osceola, Nevada, Butler. That's going to be a good range for all of us. Now, I had also talked about we might have to fine tune that, because that low pressure system down in Oklahoma, if it came in a straight line, we know our forecast is good. But this thing is wobbling. Okay, it's just like it's just like looking at a cup of water. It's very fluid, meaning that it's as it's shaking, you shake a cup of water, it wobbles. And that's exactly what this storm system is doing. So sometimes we get, we have to look at radar in order to really find out what the trends are and who's going to get the heaviest snow based on what radar is looking like. However, the short-term models are showing a trend that that snowfall rates are increasing in the northern part of west central Missouri, such as Bates County, Henry County, Cass, Johnson, and Pettis counties. But we'll have to kind of see as the next couple hours go by exactly, if those trends are going to keep up. And we may have to up those snow totals just a little bit for the northern tier of west central Missouri. But right now, 2 to 5 inches of snowfall and a quarter to half inch of ice. That is not including the sleet. Now, right now, we have at least, last I measured, 3/4 of an inch of sleet on the ground here in Henry County. So that is not including sleet. That's including that half inch, a quarter inch of ice is freezing rain. That's what's going to accumulate on the power lines. That's what's going to accumulate on tree branches. And that can be a cause of any power outages in our area. So right here in Henry County, we have got 26.8 degrees. We have wind gusting up to about 4 to 6 miles per hour. We're going to see them go extremely higher today as the day goes on. We got a falling barometric pressure, 29.93 and falling. We've got very heavy sleet ongoing right now here at the Weather Center. And our last lightning strike within a 35-mile range around Clinton was 4 hours ago. Hydrate. Davis, I don't want you to get in trouble, buddy. Okay, so we have a update from Bates County Sheriff's Office. All secondary roadways are a sheet of ice and almost impassable. The interstate is down to one lane that is partially covered. We are getting snow and sleet mix right now. Power is out everywhere. We cannot stress enough that if you absolutely do not have to travel, then don't. And that came from Bates County Sheriff's Department in Butler. What, you, Davis, already in trouble? Oh, come on. All right, we do have a new mesoscale convective discussion from the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma. Includes Johnson and Cass County. Snowfall rates and winds are increasing. Blizzard conditions will develop this morning. So we do have very, very heavy bands of snow and wind that's going to be coming into western Missouri. Of course, this morning, nothing really that we didn't know about already. But as that storm system gets closer to us, the higher the winds are going to pick up, and it is going to be brutal outside, guys. Take a look at where that storm system currently is. So right here is that is our culprit down here in south central Oklahoma. You guys see where that L is. This is going to continue to move off to the east, northeast. And as this gets closer to us, it's also getting stronger. So what happens in that case is these are isobars. These lines are isobars. It's a measure of pressure. As those lines continue to get closer together, the wind speeds go high. So north of this low pressure system, right in this area, including west central Missouri, we're going to be in those really strong winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour, as the precipitation intensifies. So again, it's 7 o'clock in the morning. We have not hit the full potential of this storm system yet. We are still seeing some outer bands, and as the old saying goes, the worst is yet to come. So again, if you do not have to get out, do not get out. This is a great day. Sit back, watch some football. If you're not into football, watch Netflix and do a little binge watching and snacking today. So this is close to noontime. Look at those winds. Wow. Those isobars are really close together here in western Missouri. And we're going to have snow all the way through the early morning hours tonight. Good morning, Julia. Good, Barb. Glad to hear you survived the night. I take it you still have power down at Lakeview Heights. Let's take a look. We are getting reports. There are power outages out there, and guys, we're not in the thick of things yet. Our winds are going to continually to increase. Precipitation is going to really get going and intensified later in the morning. So don't look out your door, see some sleet, see some ice on the roads, and don't think, well, heck, we didn't get that much. The storm system is still spinning down there in Oklahoma. The worst is yet to come for us here in west central Missouri. So let's bring this over. This is www.subbyweathertalk.com. We come up here and go to winter weather information. And we can check power outages, Missouri road conditions, the whole 9 yards. Let's take a look at Evergy first. So they've got 4,159 people without power at Evergy. It looks like their hubs of power outages is down around Shell City, over on the Kansas side by Mound City, Urick, Missouri, Pleasant Hill, Lee Summit, and Belton is kind of where the bulk of those power outages through Evergy is currently located. Now let's take a look at Osage Valley. They have 300 people out. I'm sorry, they have they have 300 people, 300 customers that are without power right now in Bates County. This is going to be primarily in rural areas. And Bates County is primarily rural anyway, so they're really going to be susceptible as we go through the day for more power outages. So that's a look at the power outages for right now. Como Electric. Yeah, I can do that. All right, so this is Como Electric. So right now in Cooper County, 829 people out. Montague, 53. Morgan, 30. Saline County, 7. So they have 909 people without power right now. So we'll keep an eye on this for you, Barb, and for anybody that might be over. They take care of up around the Marshall area, eastern part of Pettis County, Benton County, Morgan County. So we'll keep an eye on this throughout the day. And I'll, matter of fact, I might even add this to Subby's Weather Talk webpage. And I can add Como power outage map. I can do that later on today. We have Sac Osage. So right now, very few power outages right now with Sac Osage. Looks like they have one customer out just north of Nevada. So that will be my thing I do today. I will get both Sac Osage and Como on Subby'sWeatherTalk.com. So you'll have easy access to check out power outages from our website. Kansas City Power and Light, Jordan, has been bought out years ago from Evergy. Evergy bought Kansas City Power and Light. Yeah, I did, Davis. But I tell you what I'm going to do, buddy. I got it. I saved your pictures. But I'm going to hold off until your dad wakes up. I want to make sure I have his approval before I post pictures. So I just got an update. Look at this, guys. You see that lightning bolt right there? Just north of Harrisonville, near Belton. I just got an update here from a buddy, Zach, up at Peculiar, and says they have thunder snow right now in Peculiar. And there's the proof in the pudding right there. We've got lightning detection. Looks like that is just outside of my range here in Clinton. To be able to pick that up on our weather station. I have it set for about 35 miles. But thank you for that report, Zach. So we have thunder snow in Peculiar, and I am going to put this to the National Weather Service. So I sent that information off to the National Weather Service so they can help adjust snowfall rates, snowfall totals, possibly add Cass and Johnson County into blizzard warning later on today. So any information I tried to get over to the National Weather Service. No snow yet here in Henry County. That sleet is what you see out there on the ground right now. Hi, James. Welcome. You're over at Warsaw. So the difference is, so you have rain thunder, like a thunderstorm. You have a convective thunderstorm during springtime. Of course, it's raining, lightning, thunder. During intense bands of snow, if this system is strong enough, it can produce convective thunderstorms during the winter. And when that happens, that means you have a thunderstorm when it's below freezing. Obviously, it's not going to fall as rain. It's going to fall as snow. And you know as well as I do, rainfall rates during a thunderstorm, it's raining cats and dogs. Well, during the winter time, when it's below 32 degrees and you're under a convective thunderstorm and it's snowing, then you can get snowfall rates of 2, 3, 4, 5 inches an hour. So they have extremely heavy snow right now up in Cass County in Peculiar. And we call that thunder snow. Now, we had thunder sleet here in Henry County about 2:30 in the morning. So you can have thunder sleet, thunder snow, you can have thunder ice. And that is what I am concerned about as we go through the morning here in West Central Missouri, as these convective thunderstorms become more prevalent. Sometimes it can cause thunder ice, and we can get accumulations of ice very, very quickly. Oh, wow, that's a neat story, Sue. She mentioned in Peculiar, as a child, she lived in an old plantation house built in, I'm assuming that's 1843. And she was talking about how cool it was. She found some old money notes in her closet under a board. Oh, Goober, you got to work in less than an hour and have no way of getting there. Yeah, and as a business owner, unless you're a first responder, a medical technician, you work in the energy sector, law enforcement, 911, those people have to get there. And I tell you what, there's so many thank yous that need to be sent out to people during these kind of conditions. I can speak of local here that are 911 center, who is responsible of all the communication for all the first responders here in the county. They pack their bags and they are staying at the 911 center. The director, Jennifer, she is a wonderful, wonderful person outside of work, much less she's a very caring individual. She made sure they have air mattresses at the 911 center to keep their dispatchers as comfortable as possible. And so a big thanks to you guys and the other first responders who have to get out in conditions like this. But if you are a business owner, if you work at Walmart, if you work at Casey's, if you work at a small mom and pop shop, there has to be understanding in situations like this that, it's not worth risking lives to go sell a cup of coffee at a Quick Trip. It's just not worth it. So I hope business owners and corporations alike understand that. I'm kind of dealing with a similar situation in my own personal life. My son is a mail dispatcher in North Kansas City, and he was out there at 6 o'clock last night delivering mail when they were getting I-70 shut down, I-29 shut down, freezing rain. We as parents, we worry to death. So, the expectations are there for you to have to be there to work, but I'm telling you, I don't think there's a job out there that's worth, I'm fine with getting my mail a day later. Okay, I do not expect mail carriers to be out in 17 inches of snow in a blizzard warning delivering my mail. They stay home. I'll get my mail the next day. Okay, I'm not too concerned about that. And hopefully everybody has understanding in that regard. PJ, it sure seems like I've been up all night, buddy. I did get a few hours of shut eye. I have a little box that will alert me if my power goes out. So it beeped a few times throughout the night last night. And for those of you that don't know, I am legally deaf. So I do wear a bone conduction device. So, if you guys met my lightning detector, Norman, earlier, he really helps out. If anybody's walking down the road, he notifies me. He barks, wakes me up. If somebody's looking in my truck, he'll bark, he'll wake me up. If it's lightning outside, he wakes me up. And then, of course, if power goes out, I have this alarm that allows me to be able to know that my electricity is out. Because I do have sump pumps in the basement and so on and so forth. So, I woke up a few times through the night, but I did get a few hours of shut eye. One thing to note, we do have a convective cell that is moving into Henry County right now, moving north-northeast at 49 miles per hour. So it does have a vertical integration liquid of 2. Means it's a very strong return on radar. It also means that it's probably associated with very, very heavy hail. Very heavy sleet. And looks like it is going to be coming across 7 Highway in between Uric and Clinton, right over Hartwell.
Looks like a lot of reports on radar and social media. A lot of thunder snow and thunder sleet as this begins to really crank up.
So we may even see there's no lightning showing up right now. on our right above my head here, you'll see that is current conditions from the Weather Center. Our last lightning strike was 4 hours ago. If this continues, we could see a couple lightning strikes here in Henry County associated with this convective cell.
In my area, I was getting rotational symbols, and so I was wondering if there was thunder sleet or thunder snow coming into the vicinities of the morning areas at this time.
This is David 13. I picked up on about the last half of your message. I just want to add that we had a confirmation of thunder snow in Peculiar, Missouri, which is in Cass County. That is just south of the Kansas City metro area. They have intense snowfall rates right now. If you look at radar, it is actually showing a sleet, freeze and rain mix, but that is snowfall that is coming down in Cass County in west central Missouri. Radar Omega did confirm a lightning strike there about 20 minutes ago, and they're seeing intense bands of snow rotating into the area. All right, guys. So I also got a report here from a buddy of mine. He works in the energy sector. He worked for a energy company. He had mentioned to me that Evergy is having issues with transmission lines from Fort Scott north and east, keeping them energized. It's causing a lot of distribution issues. There's crews on scene trying to drive out what's causing these issues. So we're starting to see more and more reports coming in, guys, and the worst is yet to move through our area. So again, just kind of reiterating, we have to make sure that we're prepared for power outages today, and know where your warming shelters are in your community. And they might play a very vital role as we go through the day today. So Charlie had sent a picture from St. Clair County of a 1/4 inch ice accumulation on branches in St. Clair County. So that is what accumulates on power lines, weighting them down. And then once we start building up our 25, 30, 35, 40 mile an hour winds this afternoon, that's when we're really going to start seeing some power issues. So we did got another confirmation. Butler still has no power. We had mentioned that earlier in the stream. They said parts of Appleton City, Butler, Adrian, Archie are without power right now. They're trying to get it restored as soon as they can. Thank you, Charlie, for that picture. I am going to go ahead and send this off to the National Weather Service. All right, got Dad's approval. Very good. I'll show you a picture here in just a moment. You guys notice we are starting to see more and more convective cells starting to come into West Central Missouri. We have one down here near Appleton City. We also have one here just southeast of Deepwater. And we have one going across 7 Highway just south of Urick. So we still haven't had any data showing any lightning strikes yet, but very, very heavy sleet ongoing, likely mixing with some freezing rain ongoing in parts of Bates, St. Clair, and Henry counties. All right, so we have Delta forces out there talking about the chemically nucleated precipitation, surface flash freezing, engineered winter weather, operation chemically engineered winter weather. So if you guys don't have ice melt, wear a chemical suit. Come on. We have some members' requests to get into the room, so you better believe it. You better believe it, Jeff. Yep, I definitely got mine. I'm on my second pot of the morning. So I do feel this is a dark black coffee kind of morning. So we are going to so we got a couple pictures coming in from Davis Brown here in Henry County. Let's take a look at those pictures. This is a scene from his back porch, completely covered in sleet. We have another picture here showing the icicle dangling from the railing of the back porch. So I'd say from just the looks of that, I measured early this morning around 5:15. We had 3/4 of an inch of sleet. I'm pretty sure we're up over an inch of sleet on surfaces right now. Thank you for those pictures, Davis. Chemo talking about 4 inches of snow south side of Kansas City. Thank you for that report. Windsor Hardware is closed today. Just for anybody that might be here around the Windsor area, and I say we're going to be seeing that a lot today, are going to be the closings of smaller business. So I know firsthand what a day without business does to the overall bottom dollar, and that kind of shows that you care about your employees, you care about their safety. So Windsor Hardware, thank you for being closed today to allow the workers to be able to stay home with their loved ones, stay safe, stay warm. So Windsor Hardware is closed today. So right down here on the Kansas side, well, I am seeing some lightning returns on radar. And remember, all this is going to be pushing up into west central Missouri through the course of the morning. Barb. Well, I'll tell you what. Barb asked the question, is there a chance for a snownado today? Well, most cases we'd kind of laugh and kind of joke around and move on. But I tell you what, with some of this weather that we've been having, and with some of the stuff that's been going on in the country over the last few months, I would not be surprised if there was a snownado in Benton County today. Closer to the lakes, Osage Beach, Lake of the Ozarks, maybe Sharknado. No, I don't think we have a chance for a snownado today, but we do have the potential to see some convective thunderstorms. And of course, with temperatures sitting at 26.6 degrees, that can mean very, very heavy thunder sleet, thunder snow, or thunder ice here in west central Missouri. Hi, Tanya. Oh, also Lakeview Heights. I know exactly where H Highway. That is my old stomping ground down there. My grandparents lived in Lakeview Heights for decades. My father lived, that was his childhood, down in Lakeview Heights, and spent many summers down in that area. Wading Coal Camp Creek, fishing for smallmouth and goggle eye. Oh my goodness, we still go down there. Things have really commercialized down in that area, but me and the kids still go down right around the 4th of July every year during that holiday, and we wade Coal Camp Creek and just have a fantastic time. So one thing of note here real quick, guys, we have a new mesoscale discussion for our area. I'm going to jump over and see what it's talking about, and I'll bring that over for everybody to see. Okay, it was just a continuation. Basically, is all it was, showing that there are some convective qualities of some of these cells moving into the western half of Missouri. Is basically all that it was talking about, making sure that we weren't looking for maybe an upgrade in a warning or advisory. So let's take a quick look here. Absolutely, Deborah. Okay, so if you guys read the chat, Pam had mentioned 2 highway close 13 to Windsor. Cars are blocking the road, totally impassable. Thank you for that report, Pam. Let's take a look at road conditions here real quick, guys. Well, things have not improved for sure. So basically, from Rich Hill over to Lowry City and north, all the highways are completely covered in ice right now. They're not partially covered, they're completely covered in ice. So that's going to include I-49 from Rich Hill all the way up into northwest Missouri. That's going to include 7 Highway from Warsaw all the way through Clinton, Missouri and Henry County, all the way up through Garden City, Creighton and Cass County, and all the way up to Harrisonville. Completely covered. Completely covered 2 highway from Windsor all the way to Harrisonville. And Pam just mentioned that it is closed at 13 to Windsor. Cars blocking road, totally impassable. We have 50 highway completely covered from Tipton to Sedalia, Knob Noster, Lone Jack, Lee Summit, completely covered. And of course I-70 all the way across the state, completely covered. And everywhere else up north of that, all the roads are covered. Let's take a look at a couple of cameras. Let's take a look here just north of 291 on I-49. So there is a live look of I-49 completely covered both ways. Take a look at Missouri Highway 2. And 49 completely covered. Let's take a look up here north. Let's take a look up here in Platte County. I-435 eastbound at US 169. So nearly whiteout conditions up there north of the river. We've got the highways completely covered no traffic. Looks like visibility there under of a quarter of a mile. They are also in a blizzard warning currently. This is going to be up closer to the Smithville area. So again, guys, not a good day to go to Starbucks to get a cup of coffee. Definitely be staying indoors today. What do the black dots with red borders signify? I'm assuming you're talking about these. These are convective thunder showers. They could produce lightning, very heavy bands of sleet, snow, or ice is what those dots mean. So Henry County right now has 4 very strong cells moving through Henry County right now, producing very heavy sleet and freezing rain.
Good, Marmy 1018 on Ops 3, 71 south to 74 west.
Sir, get you 1018 at 840, sir. Please be safe.
Reporting thunder snow downtown Kansas City. Yep, there it is. Jim Catori, famous meteorologist for the Weather Channel, has reported thunder snow downtown Kansas City. And there is our confirmation right there off of I-35 in downtown Kansas City. Debbie says, I have not been this excited for a storm since 79. Blizzard in Chicago. Looks like a ghost town in Buchanan County. That is up north. Lucky, one of our followers here at Subby's Weather Talk, him and his wife also grew up around the Chicago suburbs. And I don't think they're that excited about this storm system. So again, you're looking at downtown Kansas City had a report of thunder snow from a Weather Channel meteorologist, Jim Catori. He is up in the Kansas City area. My sister lived just on the other side of the state line, and she has also heard thunder as well with the snow. check out our streams here. Wow, for 7:41 a.m. and we've got about a total of 400 people with us here online. So everybody is up and awake early this morning.
703 dispatch. 703. Sir, I'll be heading today. It's 10-8 at 8:44.
Lots of ice in Leeton.
703 from 1702.
Yeah, Patrick, unfortunately,
But do you have a separate?
if you guys recall, we're in that active stretch of the LRC.
As far as just of ice, I'd say out here it's about probably
I'm going to turn down my volume with our torque on stream. We're in the active pattern of the LRC. We've been talking about this specific storm now for, more than a month, since around December 4th. I had put out a blog talking about when our best chances of snow is going to be that first week of January. Once we kind of had an idea of the cycle length of the LRC, we said that first week of January is going to be really active. And here's our active right here in front of us. So we were talking about this storm back a month ago utilizing the LRC. So again, we're in that active stretch. Right now, we could be looking at yet another bout of snow this upcoming weekend for West Central Missouri. So we still have about, today's the 5th, we still have about 10 days left of the active part of the cycle before we start slowing down. So at least a couple more possibilities for snowfall as we go into the next 10 days. Montrose now has a power outage. Thunder snow in Green Valley. Let's see if we have. I do not see a lightning strike yet. On the next go around, we may see lightning strikes. Look at all the lightning strikes out here on the Kansas side. We have pretty much a line of thunderstorms out here in eastern Kansas that's going to be moving through over the next few hours. We have lightning strikes near Burlingame, Emporia, Cotton Falls, Florence, Whitewater, El Dorado. Constant line of thunderstorms with thunder snow, thunder sleet, and thunder ice will be working its way into our area as the day goes on. Hey, thanks, Joe. Great family friend, Joe. He's going to, he lives in Martin City. And he's going to get a report for South KC here in a bit for it. So that'd be great. We'll maybe have some more visuals that we can take a look at. Okay, so we have and again, I mentioned this last night, guys. One thing I am very, very proud of, that I take pride in with our Subbies Weather Talk group, is the fact that we have neighbor helping neighbor in our group. And we have blossomed to over 14,500 people in our group. We had an addition of about 700 members here over the course of the last 48 hours. So these storms tend to we tend to have an uptick in members wanting to come into our tight knit little group here. But if you have a report on road conditions, if you've been out, one of those unlucky few that had to get out, if you want to share a report on the Subby Weather Talk group, then that way we can compile all the information. If somebody has to get out, they can look at our page and see if anybody has traveled down 7 Highway this morning. And we can help each other out by giving conditions out there wherever we might live in West Central Missouri. So we do have an update from Bruce. C Highway from the YPP intersection to 7 Highway is a sheet of ice, avoided at all costs. 20-mile-an-hour top speed driving down that road. 7 Highway from C to Warsaw. It had been constantly plowed by MoDOT regularly. He passed a snowplow in Benton County going the other way, but they can't keep up with all the sleet that is falling. 30-mile-an-hour top speed. The road is still very, very slick. The bridges, extremely slick. If you don't have to get out on the road, stay home. Great advice given by Bruce. Thank you so much. He does so much for the local VFW post. I forgot. Is it 1394? VFW post right here in Clinton, Missouri. He does so much for the local veterans in the area. So thank you, Bruce, very much for that report. And he's talking about this area right down here in Benton County, where we have several convective cells, very, very strong cells, producing tremendous amount of sleet and freezing rain in parts of Henry and Benton County right now. Thank you, Andy, for those encouraging words. Desiree coming in from Fort Knox, Kentucky. Kentucky. They are going to be really under the gun as this system moves out into your area in Kentucky. There's going to be major power outages, lots of ice out there for parts of Kentucky as Winter Storm Blair makes its way to your neck of the woods in Kentucky. Thank you, Andy. Those are very encouraging words from Andy M. As you guys know, several church services have been canceled throughout West Central Missouri this morning. Andy putting up an encouraging word out there in chat via YouTube. So thank you very much for that. We all need that, I believe, this morning as we have deteriorating conditions out on the roadways. The threat for power outages is going to really increase through the day as the winds pick up 30 to 40 miles per hour as we head into the late morning and early afternoon. Hey, good morning, Jane from Sealy, Texas. Great to have you. I want to find out where that is. Right outside of Houston. Right now, no precipitation going on down there in Sealy, Texas. Jane, you don't want any of this weather we're getting up here in Missouri. I can tell you that. Now, unfortunately, you guys down there where you're at, you have to deal with hurricanes, tropical storms, and make sure you check out our TourCon WX team on Facebook, as well as our website, tourconwxteam.com. We do nationwide, coast to coast, and I am actually the CEO and director of the Southern Plains, which covers that area down there in Sealy, Texas. So I encourage you to check that out on both Facebook and our website. Good to have you on the stream this morning. This is where you don't want to be. In Missouri or Kansas this morning. Not where you want to be. So I did see, I want to give a brief thank you. So I did see that a couple people had donated Facebook stars on Facebook. I've got a couple of super chats that I missed down the chat stream. So thank you so much for supporting the stream. 100% of all the software, streaming software, the hardware that I use, everything comes out of my own pocket. And I'm very thankful for Radford Media Group and the sponsors such as Golden Valley Tractor that sponsors the Storm Track stream. So we have more avenues to be able to get that information out there. So thank you guys so much for the donations. We typically have a fundraiser in February where we have a fun time. We have a huge raffle where we have several prizes. We draw names out of the hat, and the only requirement is you give $1, you give $2, you give $3, you're entered into the raffle. We have a great time doing it. And in 2024, 100%, almost 100% of all of the funds needed for all the software, radar packages, hardware, computers, internet, everything was paid for through the members of Subby's Weather Talk. So I am very, very grateful, very appreciative of all the support out there you guys have given me over the last 5 or 6 years doing this. And definitely want to thank Radford Media Group and sponsors such as Golden Valley Tractor, Benware Tractor Automotive here in Clinton, and Gary's Towing, and Mallard's Roadhouse. Some of the best food that you will ever set to your palate at Mallard's Roadhouse. They are here just outside the city limits of Clinton, Missouri, right on 7 Highway. We thank all of you guys for your support to be able to get this word out to as many people as we can here in West Central Missouri, and to our friends up in the Kansas City, Northwest Missouri, as well as down south towards Springfield and the Joplin area. So thank you guys so much. It does not go unnoticed. I might miss a thank you right away, as I have already this morning, but thank you for your super chats, your super stickers, and your stars. They're very much appreciated. Thank you very much, Jane. Great to have you. So just a quick look right now. Looks like we're up to about 550 people in our streams. We are broadcasting on several different platforms this morning. I am doing an extended live stream. I figured if I'm on here taking a look at the models, taking a look at radar, I might as well share my Sunday morning with you guys. We got encouraging messages from Andy coming across chat. As we know, many of the church services throughout the area are canceled this morning due to the horrible travel conditions. So we're going to sit here and drink coffee together. It's a come and go as you please. I do this during the springtime, during severe storms, where we do an extended live. You guys can check up on the updates, and then you can maybe take care of some chores, some stuff around the house. Check back half an hour later to see if there's any updates. I'm planning on being with you guys for most of the morning. I will be taking breaks throughout the morning. I will leave radar up, maybe some important information. As you can see right above my ugly mug, that is current condition from our weather center here in Henry County. We currently have 25.9 degrees with wind picking up, gusting up to about 10 miles per hour. That will continually to go up through the day. We have a falling barometric pressure at 29.45. Right now, it's not picking up any precipitation right now. However, I will have to kind of verify that. I have alternative methods because it could be froze up, as we've had some freezing rain just come through Clinton, Missouri, as well as some sleet. So it could be iced up right now. And I also have lightning detector on within 35 miles around Clinton to pick up on any stronger convective thunderstorms where we can see thunder ice, thunder snow, and thunder sleet here in west central Missouri. No problem, Lisa. And remember, if you guys are watching this stream, whether you're on YouTube or Facebook on one of the streams, make sure you hit the like, the thumbs up on the videos, because of the algorithm of social media, the more likes that I get on YouTube videos and Facebook videos, the more it shows up in people's feeds just without them having to click anything. And this allows us to be able to get the word out to more and more people here in eastern Kansas, western Missouri, northwest Missouri, and southwest Missouri. So make sure everybody gives the thumbs up on the streams. All right, so I'm going to check with the National Weather Service here. Any new information we got coming out? So, I've got a picture coming in from Skipper here onto the webpage, and this is a good explanation of what we've got to be cautious about as we go into later on this morning into the afternoon and evening. I want to share with you guys. So this is right here in Clinton, guys. So we've got a part of a redbud tree had fallen. You see that there onto the ground because of the accumulation of ice on the branches. Now, if this particular branch, which looks to be probably around 3 to 5 inches in diameter, if that would have fell on these power lines, we could have very easily had power outage for a portion of our town. So it's only going to get worse, guys. It's only going to get worse. We've got tons of moisture that is pumping in from this storm system, and we're going to have increasing rates of precipitation over the course of the next 8 to 12 hours. So, this is just a good morning to stay inside. Do not get out if you don't have to. Thank you, Skippy, for that picture. I appreciate that. And again, Johnson County, Missouri. That's up here where Warrensburg is at. Johnson County, Missouri, 911. Please avoid 2 highway in Johnson County as driving conditions are extremely dangerous. There are multiple vehicles blocking the roadway and is currently impassable. That is 2 highway. Here is 2 highway. So from Leeton, Chehowee to Denton, all the way to Harrisonville, it is closed. So do not be traveling on 2 highway. Here is an update from good family friend Joe up at Martin City. 3 inches of snow with a little snow falling at this time. The roads have yet to be touched, and that includes the main roads. He said he was out for about 10 minutes and it's bitter cold. We'll keep you up to date of the weather progresses here in South KC. Thank you so much, Joe, for that report. That's so helpful, especially people that are having to get out in this horrible, horrible weather. Joe is reporting from South Kansas City near Martin City along 150 highway. This is just west of Grandview and Interstate 49. He also said as soon as he posted that, it started to pick up, and now dumping snow along with heavy winds. Hi, Jenny. Oh, those little white flags? Oh, that's where my family lives. So, oh, good. Good, Sue. Thanks for the report, Teresa. Backyard completely covered. Been up since 2:30. Oh, looks like we have data bundles for sale in chat. So I do not encourage you guys to call any of that numbers that Zavis has so gracefully put into our chat. Otherwise, spam. Sometimes there's just no way around getting some advertisements and spam within chat on live stream, so I do apologize for that. Hi, Megan. Yeah, so we'll take a look at the short-term model here in just a moment. So right now, the same forecast of what we've been kind of pushing out here over the last 72 hours or so for West Central Missouri. It's still holding. Still holding up, I should say. 2 to 5 inches of snow. We'll start to get that transition to snow probably sometime after noon. If it has to change over a little bit before that, we could be seeing maybe a little bit more than 2 to 5 inches for parts of Cass, Johnson, and Pettis counties. But all in all, I still think 2 to 5 inches of snow, a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch of ice is still what can be expected. So, and that's significant ice, guys. That could bring down power lines, tree branches. So yeah, we're definitely in a position where we still need to be very weather aware. There had been some trends on short-term models earlier this morning, back when I went live around 5:30, I think, that maybe some of the northern tier counties could maybe pick up a little bit more than 5 inches up around Harrisonville, Warrensburg, Sedalia, and points north. But right now, we'd like to go with radar, what's showing up on radar, reports that's coming in, because this storm system is still down here in Oklahoma. And it is getting stronger. There's our culprit right now. It is down here in eastern Oklahoma currently. And bringing in these northeast winds that are going to be howling throughout the day. So, we kind of depends on where this low is going to be wobbling. A little bit north, a little bit south. So when we take a look at models and we take a look at the data, it fluctuates just a little bit depending on the wobble of that low pressure system. So we like to do nowcasting. Take a look at reports coming in. Take a look at radar. So right now I'm sticking with the 2 to 5 inches of snow on average. I'd say the upper end of the snow amount, the 5-inch snowfalls, are going to be up toward Harrisonville, Warrensburg, and Sedalia. And a little bit higher end of the ice is going to fall in the southern counties, maybe Vernon, Bates, Henry, St. Clair, Benton counties. And but we're going to keep that same forecast going because I still think it's valid right now. Well, so ice goes, we've got about 15 hundredths, not quite 2/10 of ice. That's freezing rain. On top of that, we have sleet. I do not count sleet as ice nor snow. This is just extra. We get extra gifts from Subby today. It's sleet. And right now, I have not been out to measure. We've got some reports coming in of 2 to 3 inches of sleet in some areas here in West Central Missouri. You bet, Jake. So let me bring that map we were just looking at back over here, and I'll show you guys a little bit bigger picture and kind of go through time just a little bit. Let me go to, I'm going to put this in motion, and you guys can see these are what's called isobars. Those are units of pressure. As you see those lines get tighter and closer together, the stronger the winds that you are going to receive, because wind is based on pressure and vice versa. So they're in direct relationship with each other. So as we put that in motion, you can really see this afternoon. This is this afternoon, late this afternoon. You can see how those lines really start coming together in west central Missouri this afternoon. That's when we're really going to start seeing those 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, along with heavy snow bands that will be rotating into the area. And look at all this Gulf moisture down here, guys. And you know, all that movement of those lines, that's wind, okay? And so these winds are coming up from the Gulf of Mexico and moisture, and it's being transplanted right smack dab into this storm system, causing it to gain strength. So this thing is not weakening. This is actually getting stronger as it moves across our area this afternoon. So that's why I'm saying that we will have heavier precipitation as we go through the course of today. So, I mean, we've just hit the tip of the iceberg of what we are going to receive for the rest of the day. And once these winds start picking up, that's when we're really going to start seeing power outages coming through for the area all through west central Missouri. We are going to take a quick look now at power outages, as I see a couple have really jumped up here over the last 30 minutes or so. So let's take a look at power outages, and then I will likely take a quick break. I'm going to fill my coffee up, maybe grab a Pop-Tart, breakfast of champions, let the dog go potty, and then I'll come back live. But I'm going to be keeping radar up. We're not gonna lose the stream. It's just I'm going to take a couple minute break, stretch my legs. Oh, Jake caught on. All right, let's take a look at Como outage map. So looks like right now with Como, Cooper County, that's right up here. That is Boonville area along and south of I-70. They have 919 people without power. And then we've got Montague County, that's California, Tipton, they got 51. Morgan County, that's down here, that is down around Stover, Versailles area. They've got 30 customers without power. And Saline County, they have got 7 customers without power. And that's with Como Energy Company. Let's take a look at Sac Osage. They have a few more since last time. Cedar County, down around Stockton, 45 people are out without power. Henry County has got 1 person without power. St. Clair County, 86. They're the big winner right now with Sac Osage. Looks like mainly around ZZ Highway, right at the St. Clair Henry County line is where the majority of those customers are without power. And Vernon County still has one customer without power, and that is Sac Osage. We are going to take a look here at Subby'sWeatherTalk.com. We're going to take a look at Evergy power outage. And the numbers keep going up big time. Evergy reporting 6,224 people without power. Looks like we have power outages still in Sedalia, Uric, Montrose, Warsaw, Adrian, Walker, Nevada, and Vernon County. We also have some power outages up near Pleasant Hill, Lee Summit, Belton area, and Stillwell, Kansas. We have 6,224 customers without power according to Evergy. Take a look at Osage Valley. Osage Valley's got 528 people without power in Bates County. So we've heard reports of Butler, Adrian, Archie, many areas in Bates County without power right now. So hopefully they have followed the advice of the page and from the National Weather Service. Hopefully they had the 3 P's in place. That's prepare, practice, persevere. So that is a look at power outages so far here in west central Missouri. Looks like we have a couple bands of very heavy sleet moving across 13 Highway from Deepwater, Lowry City, Osceola, Vista, and Collins. Looks like we have all change over to snow up here in northwest Missouri. And I do believe a little bit further south. I explained to this earlier today in the live stream that we have reports of thunder snow and heavy snow in Kansas City area, Lee Summit, Overland Park, Olathe. But here's what happens. Even though radar is showing sleet, the radar tower at Pleasant Hill is shooting a beam towards the snow. Now, for those of us that do believe that the earth is round and not flat, because of the concavity of the earth's surface, as that beam goes in a straight line, it will get higher up in the atmosphere. It won't stay consistent on the ground. So radar is picking up what's going on 150, 200 feet above our heads. And 200 feet above our heads up here in the Kansas City, Green Valley, Overland Park, and north is all snow on the surface and sleet and freezing rain up a couple hundred feet above our heads. So that's the reason why it's showing on radar that it's sleet, yet we're getting reports that it's snowing on the ground. So that's why your report that you bring into me, that I pass on to the National Weather Service, is so important so that they can determine where that rain-snow line is actually versus just having radar to look at. Yeah. I say the puppy is saying, "Come on, it's break time. Let me bring him over. Let him get involved here for a minute. No lightning strikes in the area. He's my lightning detector as well. And I am going to show you my dog Norman, lightning detector. And then I'm going to take a brief break, get filled up on coffee. We are not going away from the stream. Radar is going to be up, as well as current conditions. I just put back up here right above me. And I'll take a few minute break, and then I'll come back live and we'll do another update. So my famous last words. Where's my boy? Where's that boy? There you are. So there he is. Always willing to give some snuggles on these nasty days like this. So this is Norman. He is a full-blooded registered border collie. He is an inside dog. Kind of odd for an inside dog, but he is one of the smartest dogs I have ever been around. He is my ears on the roads, and he is my lightning detector. He hears thunder when it's 15, 18 miles away. So he's probably about ready to get a snack. You ready for a snack? Oh, he's ready. All right, guys, I'm going to take just a few minute break, and then I'll come back on. I'm going to leave the stream up and running. So I'll take about a 5-10 minute break, and then I'll be back on, and we'll go through some more data, and we'll take a look at the short-term models, see if the snowfall rates have changed anymore for us here in West Central Missouri. I'll be back in just a few, guys. Hey everybody, I am back. Got my coffee mug all filled up. My sister is probably out there. How come you're not using my coffee mug that I got you for Christmas? Well, because it is dirty. Because I use it so much. So I had to go with the clean one. So we do have down in St. Clair County, down Wheatland, Wablo, Gerster, along 54 Highway, we do have a very strong convective cell. We do have lightning indicators. So they are getting thunder sleet right now in Wheatland, Gerster, and Wablo. So I do believe that's down in Hickory County and southeast St. Clair County right now. So thunder sleet is in southeast St. Clair and the western half of Hickory County. Now, during the times that we're not in that heavy band of sleet, we can expect some light freeze and drizzle. That's just going to add insult to injury. It's going to layer that sleet, making it just a solid sheet of ice. And then we'll continue to get these bands of heavier sleet, freezing rain, and eventually snow begin to wrap around into our area. Bart says he's east of Osceola and can hear the thunder to the south. So we just had a lightning strike, got measured by our in-house weather station. You see that right here above. You notice there was a lightning detection just now. And that's within 35 miles of Clinton. So we'll wait for the next update on radar software. And we will likely see, I'm guessing, a lightning bolt down around the Leesville Tightwad area. It's kind of my guess is where we might see a lightning strike show up here on our next update on radar. So we just 1 minute ago had a lightning strike within 35 miles of Clinton. So that would be likely thunder sleet as well. Torrential sleet falling. Looks like right around the Leesville Tightwad area is maybe where that lightning strike is going to show up. I don't think it's going to pick up on the lightning strikes down here to the southeast, down around Wablo. I think that might be a little bit too far out, but we'll take a look here and see what the update will bring. Yeah, Ethan, that sleet is really coming down there at southeast St. Clair and Hickory County. That's some very heavy sleet. Probably pick up a quick 1/2 inch to 3/4. While I took my short break, I did go out, found a flat surface away from the wind, and measured right at 2 inches of sleet. But what was concerning was the tree branches and the power lines. So we have a 1/4 inch of ice right now accumulated on the power lines. At least here in Clinton, we do. So there was our lightning strike right down by ZZ Highway. That is to the east-southeast of Mount Zion. Looked like right along ZZ Highway, there was a lightning detect that got picked up by our in-house weather station. So back to what I was saying about the 1/4 inch of ice that has accumulated on the power lines. Once we start getting into those stronger winds later on, late morning into afternoon, evening, that's going to become a concern because we are constantly dropping temperatures. We're down to 24.6 degrees. The winds have been gusting up to about 10 mile an hour here in Henry County. It will continue to gust a little higher. And I think this afternoon into evening is where we're going to see those power outages really shoot up, especially in the rural areas. Thanks, Wanda. She said Jordan made it home this morning working 12 hours at the ER in Clinton. She said Windsor streets were worse than the highway. Thunder in Warsaw. You could be picking up, excuse me, the thunder from that lightning strike down there off the ZZ Highway. You're within the range to be able to hear that thunder. But very heavy sleet ongoing that's going to be coming into going across 65 Highway and Lincoln, Missouri. You guys are going to get about a very heavy sleet here within the next 10 minutes. This is in Missouri. We cover Missouri, eastern Kansas, southwest Missouri. Kirkland. Deanna mentioned on 7 Highway, 8 miles east of the city limits at Rogers Trucking Home Base. Sleet is coming down hard and horizontal. We have not heard thunder yet. Say a prayer for Osage Valley Electric. Thanks, Subby. So thank you, Deanna, for that report. Wow, look at this. Look at all that lightning strike down just north of Wheatland. Let's put this in regular radar mode, not winter. This will be the radar I would use during springtime as we follow severe thunderstorms. Wow, look at that. We have a nice cell down there north of 54 Highway, Hermitage, Wheatland, along B Highway. That's White Cloud, Avery. Cross Timbers, you're going to be under the gun here in about 5 minutes, same as Preston and along Highway 65. Very strong cell. We have several reports of thunder within this, so you guys are getting thunder sleet with sleet rates of, an inch of sleet every 20-30 minutes. So you could easily pick up a half inch to 3/4 inch of sleet in no time at all. And those are actually pretty high top clouds as well. I'm going to put this back over to regular radar, and I want to take a look at the cloud tops. Yeah, so several tall-topped thunder showers is ongoing down there around the Wheatland, Wablo, and Highway 54 corridor. Many lightning strikes. We've got thunder sleet in progress down there in southeast St. Clair County and Hickory County here in Missouri. Let's take a look what's going on right here in Clinton from one of our sky cams. So you are looking right here at downtown Clinton, one of our Skycam views. We are facing the south, and of course you can see on the camera we're getting some sleet, roads completely covered. Actually, the street running left to right, that is kind of a main street through our town. That is Ohio Street. And it looks like it has been hit by city crews quite a bit. I do see part of the road along Ohio Street. Matter of fact, on the left side of your screen, you can't really see it very well, but we do have a city snow truck that is plowing along Main Street right now near the police department. So definitely ongoing here in Clinton, Missouri and Henry County. Looks like kind of a mixed bag out there right now. Sleet, maybe a little bit of freeze and drizzle mixed in with it right now. Sitting at 24.6 degrees right now. Taking a look at any updates. So the short-term models are having a hard time deciphering freezing rain, sleet, snow. As the latest short-term model just come out, and I'll show you guys. So here's the latest short-term models from this morning at 6 a.m. through January 5th at, that's actually going to be through 7 a.m. We had just a little bit of snow mixed in earlier. I'm going to put this in motion. This is total snowfall expectation from the short-term model. Now, it's showing by 9 o'clock that Clinton, according to the short-term models, would receive 1.3 inches of snow. We have not. We have received nothing but sleet and freezing rain so far. If I continue to put this in motion all the way to the end, through tomorrow morning, it's showing Clinton picking up 7.5 inches of snow. Same for Sedalia, probably closer to 12 inches for Warrensburg, 10 inches for Harrisonville, 6 inches for Adrian. Now, I think it is over-biased on this. The short-term models comes out every hour, but it has a hard time deciphering snow, sleet, and freezing rain. So, along with that, that's the reason why I'm sticking to the forecast for west central Missouri. 2 to 5 inches of snow. Likely the heavier amounts will be up around the Warrensburg, Harrisonville, Sedalia area, probably closer to that 4 to 5 inch mark. And then for areas south, then we will pick up more of the freezing rain and the sleet ongoing down here in west central Missouri. So a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch ice. I've already measured a 1/4 inch of ice here in Clinton and Henry County. So we're already at the ice storm warning criteria at 8:50 in the morning, and we still have yet another 12 hours of winter precipitation yet to fall here in west central Missouri. So this is one of the reasons why the short-term models, they do really good up until the onset of the storm. And then we do what we call nowcasting. And nowcasting, we take a look at radar, we take a look at what the trends are, and we adjust our forecast accordingly. So just wanted to give that information out to you guys. It's thundering in Iconium. Thank you, Mariah. Hi, Desiree. Actually, it doesn't happen very often. Thunder, snow, thunder, sleet, thunder, ice does not happen very often. That's one of the reasons why you see the crew from the Weather Channel in Kansas City, and the infamous Jim Cantori is in downtown Kansas City, and he witnessed thunder snow in downtown Kansas City about 2 hours ago. And they were jumping up and down. They caught it on the live stream. So it's something that weather fanatics, weather nerds, to be caught up in a thunder snow or a thunder sleet or a thunder ice situation is kind of on everybody's bucket list. So yeah, it is rather rare. It takes a very strong storm system to produce it, and that's exactly what we have coming through west central Missouri today. Ohio and 2nd Street still slick, Brandon reported. Thanks, Brandon. I don't think so, Thomas. That was actually my concern. That was kind of my concern as far as this morning, overnight into this morning, was a little bit more warmer air being sucked into the system because it is so powerful, and maybe limiting our ice and sleet and snow here in west central Missouri. But you can definitely see where the line is here on radar. The snow sleet line right now looks like it's from about Liberal, Lamar, up to just about Stockton, Bolivar, Lebanon, St. Robert. Now, I think as we go through the course of the day and that system wraps around snow, I think all of these areas, including west central Missouri, is going to get some of that snow band that comes through. But for the most of the day, at least probably, I'm guessing right now, maybe noon. It might even be later than that before west central Missouri transitions to all snow. And I'll tell you guys how I don't just pull that out of thin air. I'll show you guys how I know that, or why I predict that. I'm gonna bring up the model again, and I am going to go to 11 o'clock, and I am going to click down here. Now, this is what could happen at 11 o'clock, and I use a skew-T representation, and this is a whole bunch of data, but I do use this during severe season in the spring. almost daily. And during the winter time, I look for it for situations that we're in right now. And I'll show you how I use it. I don't think I'll go over anybody's heads here, but I'll show you what I look at. I look at this part of the screen right here. Okay? So this horizontal line that my cursor is at, that is the ground surface, and that's also the temperature horizontal axis. So we're at the ground level at 25 degrees here at the surface right now. The red line is the temperature profile as you go up in the atmosphere. This vertical line is the height above our heads. So right here, that's a 500 millibar. That's 18,000 feet above our heads. Okay? And then you got 10,000, 1,500 all the way down to the surface. Now, at the surface, right now, we're at 25 degrees. Now, look what happens when you go up just a few hundred feet above our heads. You see how that red line comes over here beyond the freeze temperature? So you have warmer air just a few hundred feet above our heads. That's what's called a warm nose of air. That's the reason why we're getting sleet and not snow. That's the reason why we're getting freezing rain and not snow. If it was snowing outside, we're going to take a look at Kansas City and I'll show you their graph. This line, the red line, is going to stay below the freeze mark all the way up. So this is a warm nose of air that is melting the snow a couple hundred feet above our heads, roughly about 750 feet above our heads, melting that, coming down where it's colder than 32 degrees, freezing it as ice, and then it hits the surface. That's how I know when it's going to be sleet, freezing rain, or just rain or snow. Now, remember what I just told you on this. That's a warm nose of air. Now, let's go up here near St. Joe. Whoop, I just went past our... Let me go back to 11 o'clock. Let's go up here to St. Joe. Let's take a look at their SKU-T. Now notice, here's the freezing line. That's 0 degrees. It's 17 degrees up at St. Joe. Here's your freeze line. And notice that red line stays almost right at that freezing mark all the way up the atmosphere. So it's going to start as ice and snow, and it's going to fall to the surface as snow. That's the difference between the two areas. So it's whenever we can get that warm nose of air colder, below 0, is when we will have that transition to all snow. I hope this made sense to everybody. I try to keep it as simple as I could. But that's how I determine what precipitation type we are going to get. Fristo, getting heavy rain and lots of thunder. Chastity, you might take a look and see what your temperature is right now in Fristo. You're getting heavy rain. It's very likely that's very likely in Fristo. That's probably very heavy freezing rain. So definitely be careful when you walk outside. And of course, there is some lightning strikes down here in southeast Benton County. in between Climax Springs and Fristo. So, very strong cell down there. Right now, for most of Johnson, Henry, Bates, Cass County, we're just getting some light precipitation right now. Some light freezing drizzle, sleet, just adding to our ice totals. And then, of course, we have much heavier precipitation on its way as the storm system continues to move to the east. Hi, Savannah. El Dorado Springs, power outage and ice. Yep. And I say that's right. You guys had a couple of strong storms move through El Dorado. And, yeah, you guys are going to be in the ice a little bit longer. You guys are just a little bit south. You guys will pick up some snow this afternoon, maybe an inch, maybe 2 inches, but on the light end of the snow total. But you guys are going to be picking up quite a bit of ice. I know, Desiree. You know, it seems like every day. I've been battling this for 3 weeks now. I had a sinus infection. Got over it, feel great. But it seems like every day, once I get chatting, which thanks to my mama, I have the gift of gab, and I end up losing my voice by the end of the day. Last night, after I left the live stream, I was talking to my dog Norman that you met a little bit ago, and as soon as I was talking to him, his ears were perking up and his head went sideways, just like, who are you? Where'd that voice come from? It was really squeaky at that time. That was pretty funny. Coal camp still sleeting. Thank you, Chastity. Turn to sleet now. Thanks, Chastity. KY3 says 33 in Fristo. Man, you're, and you know, if just above the surface, it's below 32 degrees. Remember what I was saying about that beam coming from the National Weather Service out of Pleasant Hill? By the time it gets all the way over to Fristo and Benton County, it's at a higher elevation because the earth is round. It's not flat, it's round, in case anybody needs that education. So it's looking up a couple hundred feet into the atmosphere. So just a couple hundred feet above your head, it is below freeze, the 32 mark. And right at the surface, you might be right on the borderline. And if you notice how here, Hermitage, Preston, Urbana, Wheatland, you see where some of that green is filtering in, meaning that it's picking up some just rain at that elevation too. So likely a mix of freezing rain and regular rain. And I'd say as these cold temperatures continue to plummet in west central Missouri, that will turn to all freezing rain and sleet as the day goes on. And again, very heavy sleet ongoing along 7 Highway from Dell down to Climax Springs. We talked to a friend there at Fristo, says it's heavy rain right now. But I'd say somewhere up here from Climax Springs up through H, down around the Lakeview Heights area maybe. Probably changing over to a sleet freezing rain mix. Hi, Joy. Glad to have you in the stream. Thanks for the report, Tara. Jackson County still sleet. Have some snow, but mainly sleet. Ah, there's my mama. Nope. I didn't say anything about you gave me the gift to gab. El Dorado Springs is out of power. Yeah, that's what somebody else had mentioned also. All right, so there is a new mesoscale discussion coming out, guys, and it's not positive for West Central Missouri, unfortunately. So I'm going to bring this over and show you guys. So we have already had a 1/4 inch of ice here. I know in Henry County, went out and measured myself. I see a 1/4 inch build up on the power lines. As we go through the afternoon, late morning, afternoon, winds are going to continually to pick up. We could have wind gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour. What's happening with the temperature profiles that I had just mentioned just a little bit ago when we were looking at those SKU-T models, and that the conditions are getting more favorable as we go into late morning, say the 10, 11 to noon time frame, that freezing rain is going to become the more prevalent type instead of the sleet. So let me bring this over. This is from the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma. It says a combination of snow, sleet, and freezing rain becoming mostly freezing rain by late morning. And notice that this right here is kind of the zone. All of West Central Missouri is included in that. All 7 counties, all the way through Lake of the Ozarks, all the way down to Springfield, just north of Joplin, but Nevada, Lamar, all this area, we're going to start to see kind of a change over to more freezing rain as we go into the later hours of the morning. So that was just issued from the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma. So not the kind of news we want to hear. I mean, we can drive around if there's 5 inches of snow on the ground, but to add another 1/4, 3/10 of ice to the power lines with winds coming in this afternoon is not a good combination. So, and again, kind of preaching to the choir here on this Sunday morning. Hopefully everybody has the 3 P's in place. That's plan, practice, to persevere. You guys have those things already handled for power outages, for heat, as we have very cold air working its way into West Central Missouri. Everybody will be just fine. There's warming shelters set up. I know with me being part of emergency management here in Henry County, we have a plan in place that we can fit 3,000 people if necessary. We have cots, we have warm food, we have everything ready to go in case we start to have widespread power outages. So we just have to plan, guys, and hopefully all that plan is set and ready to go for all of us here in West Central Missouri. So far, Barb, we mentioned that this morning. I tell you what, guys, if I know my folks have done it. I have done it. Over the course of the next couple days, if you guys see first responders, firefighters, police department, energy sector workers, linemen, groundsmen, 911 operators, if you see them grabbing a cup of coffee and a donut or breakfast, buy it for them. Our hats goes off to all of those people. They are out in this stuff, working in conditions that are horrible, trying to keep our power on. And from a report we had this morning, they were having trouble from Fort Scott East with Evergy keeping power on through the line. They didn't know what was the matter, but they were seeing low voltage through the lines. They were out on ladders in the middle of field trying to figure out what the problem was to keep our electricity on. So, make sure you guys show them support, show them thank you in any way, shape, or form you can, because it's going to be a long next 48 hours for those linemen and our first responders. I also mentioned right here in Henry County, our 911 center. We're blessed to have a great director and 911 board here in Henry County. We have dispatchers who are staying the night last night, staying the night tonight at the 911 center so that they don't miss a shift, because they know how important it is to keep that 911 communication going. We have a director, Jennifer, down there. She is an awesome person outside of her job, much less inside. She has air mattresses and food and everything ready for the dispatchers. So a big thank you goes out to everybody that is working out there in these horrible conditions and trying to keep our community safe. Yes, Erica, state of Missouri set a state of emergency yesterday afternoon. Two, three, four. Looks like we have about 400 people still in our live stream. I appreciate everybody sticking with us. Again, I told you I tried to catch them as they go by, but I have missed a couple of you. So, Stephanie, thank you for your $5 super chat on YouTube. I appreciate that. And again, all of my software, my hardware, my radar software, streaming software, all of that comes out of my pocket. We have a fundraiser in February where we do a fun raffle. And, people donate $1, $2, $3, whatever. They're entered into that raffle. We have some great prizes we give away. Several prizes, including weather radios, gift certificates, T-shirts, apparel, you name it. And in 2024, the supporters of Subby's Weather Talk provided almost 100% of all the software and hardware expenses for the entire year. So the big thank you goes out to you guys. I roll all that money right back into Subby's Weather Talk. A big thank you goes out to Radford Media Group and the sponsor of this Storm Track stream, that's Golden Valley Tractor right here in Henry County and Clinton, Missouri. They give me the ability to stream on several different platforms, to be able to get the word out to more and more people in West Central Missouri. So I thank them very much to be able to have that opportunity, to be able to get the word out to you guys, to stream on several platforms. And I thank you guys for supporting me here at Subby's Weather Talk to be able to keep this going. Looks like I have Derek thank you for the $10 super sticker. And I do know I can't track them right now, but I know people have given some Facebook stars out to the stream. Thank you so much for that as well, guys. So again, thank you all so much for the support. We are in the extended live mode today. What that means, we have about 400 people here in the live stream right now. I'm going to be planning on staying live with you for most of the morning till around noontime. I will likely take a couple breaks to fill up my coffee, let the dog go out, check on weather conditions. But we're gonna stay in the saddle through most of the day today, giving you guys updates on what we can expect. We're gonna be taking some live looks at some cameras around the area, and again, one awesome thing about Subby's Weather Talk Facebook group is that we have neighbor helping neighbor, giving reports of road conditions, what you're seeing in that area. That really helps out. We're almost 14,500 strong now in the Facebook group of Subby's Weather Talk. We have a lot of people that rely on that page for road conditions and information. So make sure you guys share what you can. Just had lightning detector go off in there. So either that or we got somebody walking down the road. But, and again, on the stream, this is kind of a come and go as you please. If you want to check out current conditions, maybe ask a question, and then maybe do some chores around the house, get a bite to eat, check back half an hour later, see if anything changed. I'm going to be here live with you guys for most of Winter Storm Blair is what the National Weather Service has called this winter storm. And she is packing a punch down here in west central Missouri and for all of Missouri and Kansas right now. Taking a look at convective cells that could be producing thunder, sleet, thunder, ice right now down around Lake of the Ozarks, Gravois Mills, Laurie, Village of the Four Seasons, Osage Beach, Lynn Creek, Eldon, Versailles, Stover. It's going to be moving over toward Iberia, Lake. That's the Lake of the Ozarks area. So you guys can be prepared. You're real close to that freeze line. So even though it might just be raining out, it could be freezing on surfaces such as concrete, metal, windshields, and so definitely take note that weather conditions are definitely changing, not to the good, around the Osage Beach and Lake of the Ozarks area. Lightning and thunder, Sue says, must be up there, up here in northwest Missouri up here. 2 to 5 inches, guys. 2 to 5 inches is what we have in store still. My forecast is it's been pretty consistent over the last 72 hours. I'm going to put this on screen real quick. So this is the same forecast as last night. Still holding true here in west central Missouri. This is for everybody in west central Missouri. So, of course, heaviest onset Saturday into today. I think we're still going to see heavier precipitation as we head into late morning into the afternoon hours. We do have a chance for some convective storms. We've seen that already with some thunder snow, thunder sleet, thunder ice. A switch over to snow mid-Sunday morning. That's the only thing that has changed a little bit. I think it's probably going to be after 12 o'clock before we see that transition into all snow. Maybe even into the afternoon hours before it changes all over to snow. 2 to 5 inches accumulation, a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch of ice. And of course, our latest update from the Storm Prediction Center says that we can expect more freezing rain as we go into the 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock noon hour here in all of West Central Missouri. So I'm sure we will be adding on to our ice totals. Right here in Henry County, we have 0.25 inch, a 1/4 inch of ice. What's so problematic with that is that we're also going to be seeing wind picking up with wind gusts 30, 35, 40 mile an hour as we go into the afternoon. And that's when I think we will start to see some power outage issues throughout West Central Missouri. We already have some, and we're going to take a look at the power outages here in just a moment. But that's our biggest concern right now, because we have brutally cold temperatures filtering in through the course of the day into Monday, Tuesday, and next week. And we have potential for power outages. So that is the most concerning factor on the table right now, is keeping power on. And again, if you know a lineman, somebody in the energy sector, make sure you tell them thanks for getting out in this horrible weather to keep our power on. Let's take a look at power outages. Hi, Ashley. Yeah, I think we're going to have enough. Actually, we probably have enough sleet out there right now to go sledding. But I do believe on the backside of this system, late this afternoon, we'll get a transfer to all snow, and we can pick up a couple inches of snow. The higher amounts, say the 3, 4, 5 inch amount, likely going to be up in Cass County, Johnson County, over to Pettis County. That's Sedalia, Warrensburg, Harrisonville line. But I think we'll have a couple. If we got a couple inch, if we got an inch or two of snow on top of what we've got in sleet, there'll be plenty slick enough to go do some sledding. Well, this is something they started doing about a decade ago, Desiree, as far as she asked the question, why does the storm need to be named? Well, of course, hurricanes have been affecting us for, since the beginning of time. About 75 years ago, they started naming potential catastrophic hurricanes and tropical storms. And then they started measuring and having a scale for how intense a hurricane is. And so they started just naming. They come out before the season with a list of all the hurricane names. And somebody decided, well, winter storms can do a lot of destruction. They can affect a lot of people. Why don't we start naming them? So now, whenever a strong winter storm comes on shore and affects the United States, they name it. And this is the second one of the year. We're on the B as in boy. And this particular storm is named Blair. Okay, sounds good, Sue. Seen snow out by bridges on ZZ just west of Iconium. Thanks for that report. This is Missouri. We are watching Winter Storm Blair go through Missouri, Kansas, on over to eastern Missouri into Illinois. Hi, Casey. Do you think roads will be drivable tomorrow? Tomorrow morning, I definitely rule that out. We are going to continue temperatures to continue to drop, putting out liquid salt. When temperatures get that low, it's not going to have much of an effect on the sleet and the ice and the snow that's on the roads. We are going to be really cold in the morning, dropping down into the teens to single digits. And tomorrow morning is going to be really, really slick, especially on the side roads and the rural roads. It's going to be, I'd say some of the rural roads will nearly be impassable in the morning. Norma, I just read your post there, your chat. That's very sweet. Down in Benton County, sleeting, slick. Stay home. Kevin, where are you at? You said we're under a winter storm warning? Where are you at? Here in the center part of Missouri, west central Missouri, we've been under a winter storm warning about the last 36 hours. So again, we're still kind of sticking with the same forecast, guys. 2 to 5 inches of snow, quarter to half inch of ice. We're likely to see those ice totals go up as we go through late morning, early afternoon. Roads are terrible. Let's take a look at power outages. Let's start with Como Electric. So right now, Cooper County, they have 164 customers without power. Montague County, 51, and Morgan County, which is right over here, that is 26 customers without power. Let's take a look at Sac Osage. Cedar County, 46 customers. Henry, 1. St. Clair County, 147 residences without power. Vernon County, 3. It looked like the big winner is St. Clair County, and that's going to be affecting portions of El Dorado Springs, 1001. So right now they're showing that crews have been assigned. We have linemen up in the polls, and within the hour, looks like they're expected power to be restored for this area down here in St. Clair County. So, and again, those linemen are out here in this nasty stuff trying to take care of business. We're going to take a look here at Subby's Weather Talk. We're going to take a look at Evergy power outage map. And the total continues to climb. Now 12,452 people are without power with Evergy. Looks like we have a rather large area of power outages around the Topeka, Lawrence area. Also, looks like Sedalia, Pleasant Hill, Holden, Uric, Appleton City, Nevada, and Osceola. Looks like we do have some power outages there as well. We do also have power outages in Warsaw. 480 people out in Warsaw. Osage Valley. Bates County, 562 people without power. Cass, 33. St. Clair, 1. Vernon, 2. So Bates County is the big winner, if you want to call it that. We've had reports of several power outages, Butler, Adrian, Archie, and rural areas as well. So a lot of people without power in Bates County. Got a few people that want to jump into the room. I'm going to go ahead and give them permission. See if we have... we do have an update, road conditions from the Henry County Sheriff's Department. Shows here that Deputy Evans captured the first photo of South 7 Highway, just southeast AA, just outside of Clinton, showing hazardous roadways coated in a layer of ice and now snow covered. So without having access to look outside, I cannot tell if it's snowing here in Clinton. All roads are becoming extremely treacherous due to ice and snow. We are receiving reports of power outages in some areas that we just looked at. Many crews are trying to restore power as quickly as possible. So, and of course, they're telling you to stay home if at all possible. Hi, Sarah. We're getting some reports of a changeover right now, but more than likely after the lunch hour is when the changeover in Henry, maybe Benton counties over to snow. It might be a little later than that. We may have that mix of sleet, snow, freezing rain all the way into the early afternoon before a complete changeover to snow. Oh, Lincoln, Nebraska. Well, welcome to the stream, Kevin. Yeah, you are definitely underneath a winter storm warning up here in Lincoln. You guys have several. I mean, this is all snow. At least you don't have to worry about the freezing rain and the sleet. But you're up there in Lincoln. You're real close to that blizzard warning area. And that might get extended up just a little bit further north as the day goes on. But more than likely, you're just going to get the snow, breezy conditions, wind gusts 25, 30 miles per hour. So, yeah, not good weather up there in Lincoln, Nebraska either. We still have some convective cells down around the Lake of the Ozarks area, Osage Beach, Max Creek, Lynn Creek, Iberia, Barnett, Eldon, Bagnell Dam, Gravois Mills. And this is likely very heavy sleet or very heavy freezing rain right now in these areas. So weather conditions definitely deteriorating down around Lake of the Ozarks area. Starting to see some heavier returns coming in eastern Kansas. That's going to be all rotating in into west central Missouri here over the course of the next couple hours. We're likely to see periods of sleet, snow, and freezing rain, adding to our ice totals. Wow. So down just to the south, I'll show you guys a video that was posted on. We have a storm chaser team here in west central Missouri, Nader Boys, and we work together hand in hand during severe storm season. They go out, chase the storms. We actually put up their live feeds in our streams. We've worked together. We're very blessed to have a local storm chaser team here in west central Missouri, and they have a video when we were talking about those heavy cells down to the south, convective. It was actually producing pretty much it's pretty much a hailstorm down there. Incredible weather that we're experiencing here, and I'm going to bring that over here. I encourage you, if you haven't already, make sure you guys like Nader Boys on Facebook. They also have a YouTube channel. Show them a little bit of love. Look at that. I mean, it was downright hailing. So thank you, Nader Boys, for allowing us to see that. That was awesome. Chris, Illinois. So obviously you do know that you are under a winter storm warning for the northern parts of Illinois. And this is, right now you have freezing rain and snow moving over into the Illinois. And you're going to be in the thick of things for the next 18 hours. So definitely some nasty weather moving into Illinois. I would encourage you to jump over to Torcon WX Team on Facebook as well as YouTube. And I am CEO and Southern Plains Director of Torcon. We cover coast to coast. So if you live outside of west central Missouri, I encourage you to check out those two sites. You can go to our website, torconwxteam.com, and you'll have all the links to all of our social media and, of course, our website. I encourage you to check that out. We actually have a couple team members that live in Illinois. So you'll get some definitely some local weather reports from Torcon Weather Team. So I encourage you to jump over there and check them out. Hey, James, new to the channel. Hey, man, make sure you subscribe and like our video. Just remember that now James is over at Jeff City. We kind of focus in on west central Missouri, which is goes as far as say Marshall, Sedalia, Warsaw area. But I like to include those that are incorporated into our streams and into our room. I want to make sure everybody has that information. And if you have any questions, feel free to shoot them out. Jefferson City is, Boonville, all along I-70, guys. We're kind of all in this same boat together right now as we have Winter Storm Blair bearing down on us, producing sleet, freezing rain, high snowfall totals, 35, 40-mile-an-hour winds. So we're kind of all in this together. So any way that I can help, I'm definitely there to help you guys spread information. So glad to have you in the stream. Someone that lives in Wichita said they have pea-sized hail. Would not surprise me, guys. I mean, take a look. Take a look at all these lightning strikes down here. Now we're kind of seeing, let me go to the Springfield radar. I mean, right now it's showing with Springfield radar that areas near the Niagara River, Lebanon, Bennett Springs, Evergreen, St. Robert, Osage Beach, Iberia, all the way down to Taneyville, Bradleyville, all getting thunderstorms with sleet right now. So it wouldn't surprise me if there's some larger sleet size of like pea-sized hail falling from the skies out of these things. Such a powerhouse of a winter storm. Man, we've seen a lot, and this thing is just getting stronger. Crazy. Let's take a look at Wichita. Well, I would take a look at Wichita, but looks like because of the storm, their radar is out in Wichita and at the airport. So we don't have a good view of what's going on there in Wichita. We go down here and hit, it's still showing very, very heavy sleet or small hail associated with the storm over at Wichita. Let's take a look at the big picture here, guys. I can actually switch this over where we incorporate all of the radar sites. So I'm going to put this in motion, and we'll be able to determine exactly where the center of that low pressure system's at. It is going to be spinning like a top. I'm going to move this to 75 frames, and we'll put this in motion. So you guys can kind of see we have that influx of precipitation, moisture, warmer air going into the storm. And then remember, winds go counterclockwise around the low pressure system. So then it gets pulled into the storm, wraps around it, and comes back around like a big comma. Okay, so we're going to start to see a little bit of what's called a dry slot. It's an area of dry air, sinking air at the center of the storm. Okay, and so the dry slot will likely be down here in the Joplin, Springfield, far southeastern Kansas, and southwest Missouri. Is likely going to start seeing the dry slot work into the afternoon, where the precipitation will kind of die down. We're still going to be in that mixed precipitation, freezing rain, sleet, snow here in west central Missouri. And eventually, as this moves to the east, right here is the center of the low pressure system. Right here. You can tell that because that's where it's sucking up that warm, moist air and wrapping it around. So here's your low pressure system right here. So as that moves to the east, this wraparound snow will begin to move east as well and change all of the precipitation into snow. likely by early to late afternoon here in west central Missouri. But to the meantime, we're just going to have several rounds of mixed precipitation. And when it's not actually having very heavy precipitation, if we're out of one of those heavier bands, we're likely going to be getting freezing drizzle in between, just adding to our ice totals out there. So that is the big picture. We got some more lightning strikes up here near Seneca, Kansas. Very heavy band of snow from Maysville, Savannah, Oregon, all the way over to Hiawatha, Kansas. Very heavy band of snow, probably 3-4 inch hour snowfall rates. Thanks, Tim. My uncle mentioned only light blowing snow in Smithville, not really much, but roads have been ice slick. Well, don't worry, Uncle Tim. You got, unfortunately, you got a lot of heavy snow yet to move in. Hi, Zach. Is it coming into North Georgia? Yeah, so here's what's going to happen down to the south, unfortunately. So down here in the southeast, parts of Kentucky, parts of Nashville and Tennessee and Kentucky, they're going to get hit with some major ice with this storm system as it moves across. Those down a little bit further south in Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, you guys are going to have a threat for severe weather, including a risk of tornadoes as you go into the evening hours tonight. So definitely want to stay weather aware down in the southeast. Again, I encourage you to go over to torconwxteam.com and you'll have all of our links. We are nationwide. Storm team, we have search and rescue, we have radar techs, we have storm chasers, we have dispatch. We're a full service weather team. And we have our southeast headquarters right there in Georgia. So you'll be able to get some really good local weather reporting by go to torconwxteam.com. Thanks for being part of the stream. Four and a half inches of snow so far in Raytown. Thank you, Lindsay. Elkhart, Indiana. Let's just take a look. So you guys are just a little bit north of looks like where this storm system is going to be affecting. So you guys are one of the lucky ones. But as this storm continues to move out, you may be in the middle of that wraparound snow as the storm system pulls off to the east. They are expecting here in the Ohio Valley several rounds of freezing rain, snow, sleet as well. But right now you're in a pretty good location. We actually have a Torcon member there at Fort Wayne, Indiana. So he is our IT director. So he's not too far away from you. So definitely check out torconwxteam.com for some local weather info. Hi, Carol. Well, we're going to have the winds, I think, this afternoon. But I think for the most part, most of west central Missouri, we're gonna be dealing with this mixed precip for most of the morning. And when this changes over to snow, we're gonna have the winds there. They may drop down the blizzard warning, maybe another tier of counties for Cass, Johnson, and Pettis County. But I have a feeling they'll probably continue the winter storm warning, and then just mention the blowing snow, the high winds, and their wording of the winter storm warning. So I don't know if those top tier counties are going to be included in that blizzard warning, but that doesn't mean much, because even if we get a couple inches of snow with 30, 40 mile per hour winds, it's going to cause nearly whiteout conditions. So whether we're officially under a blizzard warning or not, I have a feeling by late afternoon it's going to be pretty ugly around all of west central Missouri. Yep, Chiefs will be playing today, Drake. St. Clair County, same boat. You're in with the rest of us. 2 to 5 inches of snow, likely on the lower end of the snow total. Probably a couple inches of snow and quarter inch to half inch of ice. Hi, Andrea. Columbia. Well, you're kind of, and again, it's kind of funny the way this storm system is coming in from our southeast. Many of us are kind of in that same boat of forecast, So I kind of focus on west central Missouri, but those in Boonville, California, Jeff City, Columbia, Fulton, Centralia, you guys are all kind of in that same forecast as what we are. You guys could get quarter to half inch of ice, as well as maybe the upper end of that snow total, maybe up to 5 inches, 6 inches of snow for Columbia as this storm system wraps around and pulls away. Please pray for my unspoken family to come back to God. We will, Cheryl. We had Andy on earlier this morning. Of course, you guys know that most church services in and around west central Missouri are canceled. He gave a nice message this morning in the chat, and so that was very much appreciated. I know there's a couple of churches out there that the pastors are gonna try to live stream onto YouTube, but definitely we will we'll be keeping you in our thoughts and prayers, Cheryl. I don't think so, Carol. I don't think winter weather advisory will continue into Tuesday. Tomorrow, Monday, a lot of roads are not going to be in very good shape, especially tomorrow morning. So no travel encouraged for tomorrow morning either to work, or I'm sure all the schools will be canceled in west central Missouri, those that are going back tomorrow. On Tuesday, I think that a lot of the main roads will start to dry out a little bit. We'll still have some slick spots in the center of the roadways. Side streets likely still be slick. the main reason is that regardless if the sun comes out Monday afternoon or not, with the low sun angle this time of year and temperatures in the teens to single digits, it's not going to be doing no melting at all out there, even with sun shining. So it's going to be, these side streets, rural roads are going to remain to be slick even beyond Tuesday. So, but I don't think they will issue a winter weather advisory on Tuesday. They may issue one for tomorrow just for the fact of horrible travel conditions. Yes, Desiree, same for Benton. I'd say you're probably on the low end of the snowfall ranges. Probably a couple inches of snow. Hey, thanks for that, Pam. So Pam mentioned Leeton City Hall is now open with hot coffee and hot chili. If the roads weren't so bad, I might just make a run to Leeton to get some chili. That sounds awfully good right now. Snowing in Castlewood. Thanks, Connie. I thought I know my maps, but I don't. Where is Castlewood? South Dakota, maybe? Where's Castlewood at, Connie? I want to take a look at it. Hey, Maddox, good morning. Hi, Shelby. Sleet, freeze, and rain. I do think we'll still see a change over to snow later on after 12 o'clock. It could be as late as early afternoon before we see a change over to all snow. 23.9 degrees right now. If you look right above my ugly mug, you will see our current weather station here in Henry County. 23.9 degrees. We do have some wind gusts up 3, 5, 10 miles per hour. That will slowly start going up as the day goes on. We've had a lightning report 1 hour ago within 35 miles of Clinton, and I do believe that was down in Benton County, where that last lightning strike due to a convective cell that likely produced some thunder sleet at that area. Hey, if anybody gets holed up, can't go anywhere, next time we have a winter storm coming up, just hit me up. And down at the emergency management office, I can get you guys Mickey Mouse and Friends Disaster Preparedness Activity Book, courtesy of Henry County Emergency Management. That's what we need right now. Brought to you by the American Red Cross. And again, we just got some periods of sleet, light freezing drizzle all throughout here in west central Missouri. And again, we've got this big storm system, and it's rotating counterclockwise, and it's spinning, and it's pumping up moisture, feeding it into the system, and spitting out freezing rain, sleet, and heavy snow up in Kansas City and points to the north. So, let's see here. We've got We've got about 350 people still live here on the stream. We have I believe we have been live now for approaching 4 hours. We have had a continual live stream here at Storm Track Weather. And again, want to give a big shout out to Golden Valley Tractor, Radford Media Group, 95.3 KD, for allowing me to be able to get all this information out to several different platforms. We've had several people donate to Subby's Weather Talk via through Facebook and YouTube with super chats, super stickers, Facebook stars. Thank you guys so much for all the support. All of the software, all of the hardware that I use for these streams and Subby's Weather Talk is out of my own pocket. And thankfully, from all the supporters through in 2024 during our fundraising raffle back in last February, nearly 100% of all of the needed funds were raised. So thank you guys so much for support. We will be having another fundraiser raffle in February next month. And whether or not it's 50 cents, $1, $2, whatever you guys want to donate, you guys will be entered into a raffle. We got great prizes. We got apparel, gift certificates, weather radios, weather stations, you name it. We have a big raffle that we do live on air. So we have a good time doing it. And I appreciate all of the support from all of you guys. Very, very appreciate it to keep this thing up and going. Thanks, Christina. So, guys, I think what I'm going to do, it's approaching 10 o'clock hour. I think I'm going to need to let my dog go out, go potty, even though he doesn't want to. I'm going to refill my coffee, kind of stretch my legs a little bit. I'm going to keep the stream up, as well as the live look at the information right above me here in Henry County. I'm going to take a little bit of a breather, and then I'm going to come back, and then we'll take a look at power outages again. We'll take a look at the newest short-term model that will be rolling out here in the next 3 or 4 minutes. And we'll take a look at an update from the National Weather Service as well. So you guys that are here, remember, we've been live streaming since 5:30 this morning, tracking Winter Storm Blair through west central Missouri, northwest and southwest Missouri. So, I appreciate you guys being part of the stream. Make sure you guys know this is kind of a come and go stream. If you want to see what the current conditions are, maybe an update, and then go, have some chores or something to do around the house, you come right back and check on us, and we'll go through all the latest information and data as it becomes available to us. So don't forget, if you have to get out today, make sure you put road conditions whenever you get safe and have a chance onto Subby's Weather Talk Facebook group. That way, if neighbors helping neighbors, we can determine how the road conditions are around our area. So give me just a few, guys. I'm going to go take a breather, and then I'll be right back on here with the latest information. Hey everybody, I am back. Took a little break. I know my lightning detector, Norman, he was not excited at all to go outside to go potty, but we made it, and he's back in and got me a fresh cup of coffee and ready to take this to the next level. So I did send some reports into the National Weather Service during my break. I'll show you guys some of the pictures that I took outside here in Henry County. So we've got just almost a 1/4 inch of ice on branches. We have more than that on power lines, which I will show you. And the power lines. And you can see that ice accumulation about 3/10 on the power lines right now. So it is freezing drizzle out here in Henry County right now. That is just going to add to that ice accumulation. So as these winds begin to pick up as we go into the afternoon, that's when we will likely start to see some surges of power outages in and around the area. So want to show you guys that. And we still have we have a couple of strong cells down near Rockville, Shell City. That's going to be approaching Deepwater, Larry City, Highway 13. And that is likely very heavy sleet, freezing rain. That's going to be coming across 13 Highway in between Deepwater and Vista here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. The rest of us, where we see this light pink color, that is all light freezing drizzle. Bates County has approximately 0.5 inch of ice mixed with snow on the ground and in the trees and power lines. Erie and Butler lost power for an hour or less, but some citizens in the rural areas have been without power since 6 a.m. in Bates County. Okay, Barb, thank you. Got a good friend of mine, Tom, here in Clinton. And of course, we're taking a look and watching the stream here. His wife posted, not everyone gets to stay inside. Please be grateful if you're able to stay inside your warm home today and pray for those that are heading out to help others. And there he is, a lineman heading out to get power restored here in our area. So again, if you see a first responder, a lineman, a groundsman, make sure you tell them thank you. If they're buying a coffee and a donut, buy it for them. Just a small token of appreciation for those out and having to work in this mess today. One other thing, especially for those here in west central Missouri, we will likely not go through the entire list, but I'm going to show you. You can go to mykdkd.com, and at the very top you see weather closings, sponsored by Gary's Towing. You can click on that banner and it will take you to all of the weather closings in and around west central Missouri. So we have a bunch of them out there. I'm not going to go through them all, but most church services were canceled. If for some reason you guys have a cancellation that you would like for us to broadcast, you would like for us to get on mykdkd.com under a cancellation, you can email info@radfordmediagroup.com, or you can give us a phone call at 660-885-6141. So very easy. If you guys want to give us a call or shoot an email, we can get your cancellations put on right here on mykdkd. And also I will be doing periodic videos. We'll be airing these out, letting people know of the cancellations. So feel free to utilize this. That's one thing we strive at Radford Media Group, and that is to be community first, get information out to the community. Thank you, Barb, so much for that $1.99 super chat. And again, thank you guys. If I missed anybody, please let me know. I will go through, run through chat, make sure I give a shout out to you guys. I do appreciate all the support here at Subby's Weather Talk. Hearing a few rumbles to the west of Osceola. Well, that's going to be that cell right here. Now, I'm not... Well, actually, we did pick up a lightning strike 5 minutes ago now. If you look right above, that's current conditions at our weather station at Radford Media Group headquarters. And, yeah. So, that definitely... we definitely had a lightning strike within 35 miles of Clinton and our weather station. Looks like we actually, somewhere here in the United States, we're dealing with a tornado warning. And that is in Arkansas. So while we are dealing with severe weather, as far as winter weather goes up here, down to the south in the battlegrounds, they are actually dealing with severe weather down here in Arkansas and eventually down through Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgia, Alabama. They're going to be in the warm sector between the battle masses of the warm and the cold air, and they're going to be dealing with severe thunderstorms down in Arkansas. So this particular tornado warning, put that on regular radar. And we definitely have circulation. Center of circulation is right here, coming up on 29 Highway and Hope, Arkansas, Perrytown, Oak Haven, Arkansas. You're in a path of this tornado warning. Wow. So we're dealing with sleet, snow, freezing rain, and they are dealing with tornadoes in Arkansas. What a powerhouse of a storm system we have. Thundering in deep water as well. Yeah, this is a pretty good cell right down here, south of Appleton City, Rockville. That's going to be along Highway B, over toward Deepwater, Brownington, Mott Road, Lowry City, Osceola, Vista. If we put this on regular radar mode, we'll likely see a pretty good little thunderstorm right there, even though we're not seeing any lightning detection right now on radar. It wouldn't surprise me if there was some thundering and some cloud-to-cloud lightning. Oh yeah, right there over Deepwater. Just south of Clinton, a pretty good little winter thunderstorm going on just south of Clinton, going across Highway 13. Good grief. Now, one thing I am kind of noticing down here, we have a little bit of what you would call a dry slot that is starting to work in. That's the center of the comma, not the center of the low pressure system, but the center of the comma. So it looks like that maybe trying to work in a little bit into Vernon and Bates County. That doesn't mean precipitation's over by no means, but you might have a little bit of a reprieve, even though I think for the most part, even in the dry slot, we'll likely see some freezing drizzle in that area just to add to the ice accumulations is likely. So anyway, but yeah, then we've got all of this yet to wrap around into the storm. Kind of see that dry slot here on winter weather radar too, right in that area. Coming in late. Holy cow, yeah, we're about 5 hours into the stream, Angie. Excuse me. So, same forecast, Angie. Still going for the same forecast, kind of held for the last 72 hours. So, I'm going to put those talking points right there for you. So, we're going to have periods of freezing rain and sleet through the early afternoon. We could have some convective cells, meaning we could see some thunder snow, thunder ice, thunder sleet, and switch over to snow is going to be mainly later after 12 o'clock into the early afternoon hours from my guess right now. 2 to 5 inches of snow, quarter to half inch of ice. We've already received over a quarter inch of ice right now that is piled up on the power lines, on the trees. This afternoon we'll get winds really start to howling out of the northeast with some gusts 25, 30, 35 miles per hour. And we could start seeing an influx of power outages in west central Missouri as we go into the afternoon, evening hour. Did you guys hear my lightning detector just now? There's the cell right over Clinton. We just had thunder sleet here in Clinton. If you heard my lightning detector go off just a couple seconds ago. And you know, somebody brought up the point, you know, is this a rare occurrence? And actually it takes a powerhouse winter storm to get convective qualities, because we don't have any instability. We don't have that real warm air from the Gulf of Mexico, that big clash between, you know, 70-degree weather and 40-degree weather. So that's the energy, that's the instability that a thunderstorm has. So without that, it takes a powerhouse of a winter storm to produce convective weather during the winter time, and that's exactly what we have now. Sounds like maybe even another one. So we've got a convective thunderstorm here over Clinton and center part of Henry County right now, producing some thunder sleet here in Clinton. Send that report off to the National Weather Service. One minute ago, according to right above my head here on our weather station right here in west central Missouri, 2 minutes ago was the last lightning strike within 35 miles here in Clinton. So we do have some convective thunder sleet ongoing here in west central Missouri, right here in Henry County. So incredible storm system, guys. From a weather nerd as myself, I'm fascinated with this winter storm that is ongoing here in west central Missouri. Yeah, it's quite incredible when I take a look at the upper air models and data. It's just incredible to see this kind of power coming out of a winter storm. And of course, we were talking about this back around the first week of December. We were talking about the LRC, that, you know, we're in an active time right after the 1st of January into an active weather pattern. We talked about a good chance to see a strong system in that first week of January. And we were talking about this because of the LRC, the Lezak recurring cycle. And that is a methodology that I have been following for 20 years. And Gary Lezak founded it back in 1987, that everything comes in cycles, and that from year to year we have a certain amount of days in between the cycles, and it's unique every year. And once we find out what that cycle is, we can do long range forecasting 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months out ahead of time. And it is fascinating. And we were talking about this particular storm back the first week of December, right when the new LRC cycle set up. So very exciting on many different aspects because of this storm system, but remarkable power and a lot of moisture, a picture perfect scenario of how West Central Missouri and the state of Missouri can get a very potent winter storm. This is a textbook example of what can happen. My lightning detector going off, but I don't know. I don't hear any thunder myself. What's the matter, buddy? You hearing some lightning? You want to come up and say hi? Let me scoot over. Come on. This is Norman. He's my lightning detector. He is a member of Subby's Weather Talk as the official lightning forecaster for West Central Missouri. He is a full-blooded, registered border collie, one of the smartest doggies that I've ever been around. He does a good job to protect me. He's so loving, but he does not like people walking down the road or coming to my house. That's for sure. But he is definitely one of the most loving dogs you've ever been around once you get to know him. So he is my lightning detector. He can hear lightning up to 18 miles away. He can hear the thunder, and he barks and wakes me up in the middle of the night every time. It's either somebody walking down the road or we have lightning, and he's hearing the thunder. So I get up, check radar. Sure the world, we've got a thunderstorm moving in to Henry County. So he is my official lightning detector for West Central Missouri and Subby's Weather Talk. All right, that's it. I got to do my job. Hi, Sarah. No, radar's not going to indicate when we're going to see snow in cold camp. We kind of went through this. I won't go through the whole scenario again, but I showed everybody how I determine how close we are to get that transition into all snow. We use a meteorology helpful model called the SCUT, and that allows us to see what the temperatures are like up above our heads. But right now I'm kind of planning on probably early afternoon before we see a transition to all snow. Now we may have periods of a mix of snow, sleet, maybe some freezing rain come through, but as far as all snow, I expect that sometime this afternoon when we see that transition to all snow. So until then, we're just adding more ice to the power lines. We are going to start to get some very strong winds coming from the northeast this afternoon, and we need to prepare for more widespread power outages in and around West Central Missouri. We'll take a look at Yeah, there's a few breaks down there in southern Benton County, but you know, don't get used to it there, Natasha. We've got a lot more precipitation that's going to be rolling through here over the next probably 10 hours. Take a look at one of our Skycam. This particular one is looking off to the south from our Clinton downtown square. And we're taking a look here over the old Coca-Cola building. You got the fire station off on your far right-hand side, far right-hand corner. They're out trying to shovel some ice right now. Travel seems to be going okay on Ohio Street as we see a SUV driving down at pretty much a normal clip down Ohio Street. That's kind of the main thoroughfare through town. So it does look like we're getting some sleet and drizzle here in Clinton based on that particular camera view. Our north camera, looking off north of town, there's not a lot to see there. And of course, that's the north-facing side. And we have, obviously, ice covering the entire camera. So there's really not a whole lot to see from that perspective. And then we also have a camera that is looking west toward Urick, Montrose area. And you can actually see back here in the back a pretty heavy sleet coming down. Maybe even some snow. That looks like maybe some snow mixed in with that as well. But you can really start seeing it moving across from west to east. You can see that foggy looking back here in the back where my cursor's at. And it's moving our direction. It's moving toward the camera. So that's likely some heavy sleet mixed with some snow as it comes into Clinton. Three inches already in Manchester, Kentucky. Wow. You guys are going to get hit with this winter storm Blair too. Hi, Sonata. So we can see some of that heavier sleet working. Looks like coming in on the west side of Clinton right now, moving toward the camera. But of course, everything is, all the side streets, the parking lot, they're completely ice covered right now. And this is here in Henry County in west central Missouri. We just have another lightning just now, according to our weather station. And here, this was along C Highway, just off of 7 Highway as you're heading east on 7 out of Clinton. C Highway will take you all the way over to Lincoln, Missouri. Looks like we had a lightning strike just a couple miles down C Highway. So intense sleet happening here in areas near Calhoun, 52 highway down to C and 7 here in Henry County. Yep, Wendy. Thunder in Calhoun. That's what we just talked about. That was the culprit right there off the C highway. So, Mark Harden, the director of Henry County Emergency Management, is saying heavy hail in Calhoun right now. That's associated with this same convective cell that's producing some thunder sleet. I would love to be able to get a picture of that, Mark, if you're watching this. Let's put this into regular radar mode. Oh yeah, there's the hail core right there. We can see that. Let's put that in 3D mode. You guys see that little purple top on that cloud top? Yeah, so that's the hail core. There's actually probably some pea-sized hail falling along with sleet, along with freezing rain, and pea-sized hail in Calhoun, Missouri. Crazy. I'm going to send this report. So we did get a little bit of an update from the National Weather Service. So just a little bit ago, I was talking about the dry slot. Now, what the National Weather Service is suggesting is that, say, like Bates, Henry, Benton, Pettis, St. Clair, Vernon, that dry slot that I was telling you about, that dry slot could work its way in after 12 o'clock. And that will kind of shut down the precipitation for a little while. We might have some freezing drizzle, but otherwise it will kind of, the precipitation will kind of come to an end for a while. As this storm system spins and rotates through on the backside, that's when we can expect all snow. And they said our snowfall totals, they are predicting 3 to 6 inches for us. I think it might be a little bit lower than that. My forecast was 2 to 5 inches. That's when we're going to get our snow. It's going to be in the later afternoons, as well as the wind speed picking up as we go into middle to late afternoon, and then that will last through the evening and into the overnight. Wow, look at that. We got all kinds of lightning strikes up here with that cell heading into Windsor, Missouri right now. Yeah, Pearl, that was thunder. Actually, we had thunder sleet here in Clinton. Montego Springs out of power. So a very strong winter thunderstorm is moving into Windsor and along Highway 52. Wow. I'm just now starting to get some pictures of the hail in Calhoun. That's crazy. I'll share that with you guys here in just a second. I'm actually going to send this to the National Weather Service so that they can see as well. So here is a picture of the hail that's taken at Calhoun, courtesy of Director of Emergency Management, Mark Harden. Take a look at that, guys. P to dime size hail in in Calhoun, taken by Mark Harden, Emergency Manager Director. That's insane. Not sleet, not freezing rain, not snow, but hail in the middle of a sleet storm. Unbelievable. It wouldn't surprise me if we got some more reports of that coming in out of Windsor, Missouri as well. That's where the cell is taking aim at next. Cassie, and so we're not done. We're not done with this. Our biggest precipitation will be coming in this afternoon. Okay, so we may get into a dry slot where precipitation seems like it's winding down. it is not over. We're still expecting 2 to 5 inches of snowfall and maybe some more freezing rain and sleet to go with that. So that's all coming in this afternoon, into the evening, and into the overnight. So, if things just seem like it's lightening up and starting to trickle down, we're not out of it yet. National Weather Service just updated from their end to me for our area, and there is a little bit of a dry slot, meaning sinking air. That's the center of the big comma. Okay, so when that happens, all of this out here, there, let me put this on, make it maybe a little bit more understandable. I'm going to kind of expand this out. So we have the center of the low pressure right here. And we have this Gulf moisture, warm air that is being pumped into the storm. And then around the low pressure system, it goes counterclockwise. So it gets wrapped around the storm system. Extreme cold up here in Lincoln, Nebraska, Beatrice, Salina. It's in the teens already. And as that system moves to the east, all of this wraparound precipitation is going to move through our area this afternoon. So we might have some times of light precipitation, but for the most part, everything is still on track. 2 to 5 inches of snow, 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice. So the winds are going to pick up this afternoon, and of course that's what could spark more power outages as we go into the afternoon and into the evening tonight. All right, guys, so let me tell you where we're at. We've got about 300 people right now on all the platforms live. I am approaching my time limit for Facebook. They cut you off after so much time being live. So what I am thinking about doing is we're currently sitting at 23.7 degrees. Our wind is picking up a little bit. I'm starting to see a little bit of an uptick. We got some gusts up to 10 to 15 miles per hour. Last lightning strike was about 2 minutes ago over near Windsor. Our forecast is still on point. And I'm going to bring that up here real quick for you. So I will be updating this when I come back live again. But same forecast as what we looked at last night. We're going to have periods of freezing rain and sleet. The heaviest overnight last night into today, obviously. Convective storms are possible, meaning that we could get some lightning. We could get some thunder. We could get some hail, as just reported in Calhoun, Missouri. The switch over to snow mid-Sunday morning, that has been pushed back into the afternoon. But our forecast for 2 to 5 inches of snow, 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice is still on track for us here at West Central Missouri. And that includes Johnson, Cass, Pettis, Bates, Henry, Benton, St. Clair, and Vernon counties in West Central Missouri. We're kind of all in that same forecast. So everything is still looking good as far as our forecast. We're going to have heavier precipitation move in this afternoon. So I think what I'm going to do now, guys, is we are going to go ahead and end this live stream, since I am hitting my max of time with Facebook before they shut me down. And then we will wait a while, and I'll wait till maybe we start to get more of the snow wrap around into our area. and I will go back live and we will track the snow bands as they come through west central Missouri. We'll update road conditions. We'll take a look at sky cams, and we'll answer any questions that you guys might have. So I think I'm going to go ahead and do that now. I'm going to go ahead and end the live stream. And again, I will be, if there's a forecast update, I'll post it on social media. But otherwise, we will update everything when I go back live. I have a feeling it will probably be sometime between the 1 to 3 o'clock time frame. But I'll make sure I'll throw a post out there so everybody knows ahead of time when I'm going to be going back live streaming again. So hopefully everybody found this beneficial for you. Remember, post road conditions on Subby's Weather Talk Facebook page to keep neighbor helping neighbor find out what road conditions are in and around our area. And I appreciate all the support, the super chats, super stickers, the Facebook stars that's come across. We've been live nonstop since 5:30 a.m. this morning, and we're only halfway done, guys. We still have the main part of the system to circulate across the west central Missouri, and we'll be having all of those updates and live coverage somewhere between the 1 and 3 o'clock time frame, and I'll let you guys know in advance when I'll be going live. Guys, take care. We'll be talking to you soon. Stay off the roads and